Boo! Haha, we have fun here. Hey there, Space Cats. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to Paranormasight, the Seven Mysteries of Honjo. We read the prologue chapter last time. Let's continue onward, which I've been looking forward to doing. Let's also go over here. And May can also join us. Square Enix. These guys are always making video games that I am playing for some reason. Alright. Paranormasight, the Seven Mysteries of Honjo. This title screen is fun. Let's begin the game. You know, I'm sorry! I just got an achievement! For opening the game again after not having played it for 3 days. What? Okay, that threw me off. There's some weird achievements. Awesome. When I finish, I guess I'll have to look them up or something. It's quite silly. Okay, so, I was thinking about this game in the time since we played it last on Tuesday. And I've been thinking specifically about, the reveal at the end of our time last time that the storyteller gave us that Shogo Okie had killed 0 people. Gasp. And I have been wondering and thinking about that, because I mean, we kind of joked at the time about it being like, Shogo did not kill the people. I killed the people through my choices. However, I've been thinking about this in the time since then, and there's some things that don't quite match up that I can think of. For one thing, the amount of people I killed was 6, because, well, supposedly I am responsible for Yoko's death, right? Which means that the actual amount of people that I killed was not presented to me as an option. The other thing about this that I am thinking about is that in reality, I didn't have a choice about whether I was killing those people or not, right? We went back and we tried to see if we could let that one guy who was asking us about the curse, what are they called? The things that you hold that give you the power. The curse stones. I kept thinking like curse totems and curse statues for some reason. Yeah, the curse rocks. There we go. There is, yeah, the curse echoes are the stands that you get, right? Anyways, we did certainly get, like, the power of the curse stone flooded into Shogo's brain. But I keep thinking about how there was not actually a real choice anywhere, right? The storyteller says that Shogo didn't kill anybody. Shogo dies no matter what. I had assumed at the time that it was because, you know, the curse stones are actually just a fucking scam. There's no rite of resurrection. You just get killed by the curse stone when it fills up or something. But I kind of have to wonder now. Kind of wondering if maybe something else is going on. If there was somebody else who was actually using the curse stone, making it seem like Shogo was using it. somebody that we didn't meet or something like that. It would be an interesting twist at the very least, and it certainly at least lines up with the fact that, like, nothing I did to kill those people was actually my choice, right? Well, that's the thing that gets to me. Because if they want to, like, make a whole big thing about how I am the one killing people as the player, like, it's kind of a cheap way to do it, right? if I don't actually have a choice about whether or not I'm killing people. And I'm not gonna say that the game is gonna be bad if that is really the case or something. But I'm curious. I'm curious if there's something more to it. If Shogo really was just like a fucking idiot who was getting strung along by somebody else in the background all the time. Anyways, we have these 3 other characters that we can play as now. Well, quote-unquote play as. We can read their stories, their perspectives. Harue Shigima, Tetsuo Tsutsumi, and Yakko Sakazaki. I'm obviously most drawn towards Harue and Yakko. I wonder who I should begin with. I'm also wondering if the options that we have here are, like, if it's gonna be like a straight shot like it was with Shogo, or if we need to progress in each story bit by bit or something in order to unlock more of these, because sometimes games with, like, storyline features like this are like, hey, this is as far as you can read in the Harue Shigima chapter right now. You gotta go look at the other characters first. No, I'll start with Harue. We'll see. Let's go. The son of Harue Shigima was kidnapped. A botched investigation by the police resulted in the child's murder. 1 year later, Harue has hired a private investigator to help resolve the unsettled case. Late at night, while speaking to the detective at her home, something strange suddenly appears. Okay, so this is confirming that she and Richter have been a team the whole time. I see! Kill them. Kill them. Flame bearers. Kill them all. Alright, so, the haunting clappers kill those with fire or a fire-starting device on their person. Right, and that's what ended up happening with Shogo. Use the curse to set your target alight. And the haunting clappers... Yes, killed by burning one who is in possession of fire or a fire-starting device. Red, red, red. Everything has dyed crimson. My home is burning to the ground. It's hot. So hot. I must call for help, but I cannot speak. My throat must be burned up from the smoke. No, I think I'm already on fire. That's right. I'll just use the clappers. Clack, clack. Is anybody there? Clack, clack. Why is no one coming? I'm going to burn to death. How did it come to this? Oh, right. Her. It must be the work of that vixen who appeared suddenly and enchanted my lord. That witch, whose hauntingly cold eyes had my lord dancing in the palm of her hand. Perhaps I was also taken in by her. How many innocent people did I lure in under orders? This must be karma. The sound of a heavy bell. It feels like my head will split open. Ah, right. The evening bell. That must be why nobody can hear the sound of my clappers. I've got to do it louder. Clack, clack. I see. We shall what again? Alright, yes. The Night Watchman announces a presence, shouting warning about fires, striking the wooden clappers. Another set answers back. Couldn't find the source of the clappers. This person fucking died. Gotcha. A murderous impulse seeps into my soul like thick, black tar. Now, kill. Can you hear it, Curse Bearer? You who so strongly desires the right. Hey, Omnicorp. We just started, not to worry. Kill them. Harue Shigima, 12 a.m. She got a mansion, huh? Back with me, ma'am? Can't say I understand what just happened, but it certainly seemed to have put you in a good mood. This might be the first time I've ever seen you really smile. Sweet dreams. I love the look on her face right now. She looks happy in such a normal way. Alright. She is the curse echo of the Haunting Clappers. She's a housewife who resides in a manor near Shumoku Bridge. Her 11-year-old son, Shuichi, was kidnapped and murdered about a year ago. The death was the result of a mistake on the part of the detective assigned to the case, a mistake which enraged the kidnapper and had him cut off all contact with the police, leaving no room for negotiation. The incident was covered up and Shuichi's killer remains at large, leaving the aggrieved Harue to call on the services of private investigator Richter Kai to uncover the truth. The Shigima family came from a line of samurai who built their residence in Honjo during the Edo period. They assumed important positions in the police force following the Meiji Revolution, thereby protecting their family's elevated status. Even today, many in the Shigima line work as police bureaucrats and senior police officers. Harue's father sits in the upper echelons of the National Police Agency. Her husband, adopted into the Shigima clan through an arranged marriage, is also a highly respected agency official. And yet, they're so big, important in the police, and yet the police fucked up this kidnapping situation and then covered it up. You can't trust the police. However, as her family prioritizes work above all else, it wasn't long before Harue's marriage grew cold. Though she wants for nothing, she is isolated from her neighbors and withdrawn from society. Seeing her son grow into a young man gave Harue a purpose in life, but it was cut short by the kidnapping incident. Following the incident, Harue spent many days in a deep depression, breaking into sudden fits of shouting and wandering around in the middle of the night. Her cheerful, loving disposition faded away. She took to making snide remarks at her husband, which only further soured the relationship. A few months ago, Harue's husband was transferred to another area for work and now rarely returns home, with Harue left to live in the large, empty mansion alone. As a housekeeper who has been with the family for a long time comes in to take care of all the housework, Harue has nothing but time on her hands. I was curious. Does it say where she works as a housekeeper? It doesn't. Just can't help but wonder, you know? Just can't help but wonder if it's all connected. No. Not dreams. Sounds like something I might want to hear about. I really enjoyed the panoramic view. So nice. Have they mentioned specifically what year this takes place in? It's clearly the 80s. Like, I've picked that up. But have they said, like, specifically what year in the 80s this takes place in? The swinging of the pendulum echoes through the room. It feels livelier than usual with Richter here. Usually it's just me. Yeah, I didn't think they had either. They kind of vaguely mentioned that, like, Shogo was born around the introduction of the color television to Japan, which would be the 60s, which would make it the 80s. But I was wondering if it was something more specific. A color television. Father bought one as soon as it hit the market. He likes to have the latest gadgets. Unlike the latest models, there's no remote control. We've had it for a long time. Back when it was new, we all gathered around it and marveled at it as a family. But with Father and my husband being away so often, it quickly fell into disuse. You don't have any programs you like, ma'am? That's okay. I don't really watch TV much these days either. Exclamation mark. Well, I'll be damned. Is that what I think it is? Goodness, you made me jump. Just a silly little sticker my son got from somewhere or other. He put it up just before... Well, you know what happened. I still can't bring myself to take it down. Let me take a closer look. I know it! It's Head Hensho from way back in set number 1. This is a real collector's item. Excuse me? Don't tell me you never heard of the Mockingbirds. The what? They're the hottest new craze. Cute little birds dressed up like rough and tumble delinquents. It is pretty cute. It's pretty good. I do like that. I've never heard of them, but this certainly seems to matter to you. And the best part is, nobody knows who made them. They just started showing up around town, and soon enough they'd won everybody's hearts. Story goes that they're made by some anonymous artist who covertly leaves them behind in specific locations. No one knows when or where they'll show up next. They're basically an urban legend of sorts. To think one would turn up here of all places. This is a good sign, I'm sure of it. Oh, well, that's nice. Okay, cool! I wasn't expecting there to be an entire funny extra secret finding mechanic. I'm not gonna freak out too much about this. Popular bird mascot stickers seem to pop up everywhere. Nobody knows who the legendary artist is behind these quirky birds, but they quickly became popular for their surreal, oddly cute designs. Be in the right place at the right time in Honjo, and you might be able to find all 20 of them scattered around. Legend has it collecting them all will bring good luck. I wonder how important that actually is. Let's see. The stereo. A stereo unit with separated speakers designed for home use. My husband insisted on buying one, even though he isn't one to listen to music often. An arrangement of flowers. We bring in someone to do it. I don't even know what the flowers are called. An old hanging scroll. I don't know who painted it. It's been hanging here since before I was born. Fax machine! A fax machine. You can send images to other places along the telephone network. I don't really know how it works. Most houses don't have one. I rarely find a use for it. The telephone. This mansion has a private line. My heart is still racing. This is it. My chance, at long last. A private investigator I hired. A friend told me about him. They said he's not very well known, but he's good at what he does. When I first visited his office in Ota City and saw how he dressed, I could hardly believe he was a detective. But after talking to him for a while, I changed my mind. He says some strange things at times, but he seems like the reliable sort. Get more info on Richter. He does not have a curse echo. Okay. Yeah. After taking on a request from Harue Shigima to investigate the unsolved kidnapping and murder of her son, he gets caught up in the events surrounding the Rite of Resurrection. Once a police officer, Richter was racked with guilt over the police's inability to help with all those in need, and quit the force to start his own private investigation firm. I see. Richter was the only good cop. However, his soft-hearted nature leads him to take on too many cases and has put his office in dire financial straits. How he is still in business is a mystery, with some whispering that a wealthy patron is keeping him afloat. Richter studied alongside Detective Jun Ario at the police academy. I see, okay, alright. Richter's... I like this guy already. I'm glad that he's going to be our question mark sidekick with Harue. Somewhat surprisingly, given his outlandish clothing and mannerisms, Richter excels at covert investigations entailing his targets. He proudly refers to himself as an investigator extraordinaire, though that only ever succeeds at impressing himself. Richter's biggest source of happiness is nuzzling his pet female albino parakeet, Ernestine. Awesome! Which he keeps in his office. He also enjoys collecting mockingbird stickers, a popular line of merchandise featuring birds inexplicably dressed like delinquents, and can be frequently sighted searching around town for them. While out and about, Richter typically leaves the office, and more importantly, Ernestine, in the care of Amamori, a junior high schooler who volunteered to assist Richter after being involved in a previous case. This sounds like there already was a Richter game. What? Who the fuck is this kid? Alright, whatever. Oh, another thing. Is there a Heron agency, Richter Kai's private investigation firm in Kamata Ota City? Originally, Kai thought to give it a simple name like Kai's Detective Agency, but upon hearing that people are more likely to pick names listed at the front of the phone book alphabetically, he decided... he decided to pick a name starting with an A. Thus, the Azure Heron Agency was established. However, it is questionable whether the heron, a bird of somewhat ominous significance, is an effective symbol for attracting customers. Even his own assistant has referred to the name as confusing at best. After all, rather than an azure heron, Richter keeps a white parrot as a pet and dresses not in blue but mostly in white. There was a symbolic connection to be made here. It has surely been lost on all but Richter himself. A private investigator, also known as a private eye, is a detective who operates their own agency. Although there are no formal qualifications necessary to become a private investigator, many are retired police agents or detectives due to the similarities between the work involved. At a glance, private investigation firms and inquiry offices might look similar, but they carry out different types of investigations. Inquiry offices specialize in conducting credit checks on businesses, while private investigators are generally involved in tailing persons of interest and gaining information surreptitiously. Great. Let me bring you up to speed. You were in the middle of a chat when you suddenly started spacing out. The whole time you were grinning to yourself like you just won the lottery. Care to tell me what that was all about? Well, where to start? Huh. Interesting. Very interesting. The haunting clappers' curse echo appeared out of nowhere. Told you how to perform the rite of resurrection, and gave you the curse you'll need to do it. Have I got that right? That's right. So it's all real. Honestly, I still find it hard to believe. But I guess I have to now. I saw that curse stone appear in your hand myself. Looked like it popped clean out of thin air. With evidence that clear, there's no denying that there's some supernatural force at work. Interesting. Okay, same. I don't think you quite understand. Oh? This isn't about evidence, and it isn't about belief. It's more than that. I know it's real. I love this expression so much. Women are awesome. The moment the curse appeared, I knew everything before it even said a word. It was already there in my head, clear as day. You just knew, huh? It was etched onto my soul, along with the curse echoes of resentful memories. So I can feel it, what it was like. Dying like they did hundreds of years ago. Wreathed in flame, writhing in pain as my flesh blackens and my blood boils. I can feel it. All the agony. All the rage. It fills me with bloodlust. I think I need to kill someone. Anyone will do, just as long as they're carrying fire. I see. That could be a problem. You think so? From what I know of you, I was sure you'd see it as an opportunity. The stronger the desire to resurrect someone, the stronger the urge to kill. So it seems to me, anyway. Good grief, talk about a spanner in the works. I say we take stock for a moment, remind ourselves where we've come from and where we're going. That might be a good idea. No, she's still excited to kill. There's nothing new to look at, right? No, I guess I just need to keep clicking. I guess I just need to keep clicking on Richter. She's so pumped to kill. She wants to kill so bad. That's what you hired me for, ma'am. To look into your son's kidnapping last year. To uncover the truth behind the abduction and murder of Shuichi Shigima. Oh yes, I remember. They never did find the one who did it. That's what I'm here about today, in fact. Kind of you to let me drop by so late, by the way. I've been turning over every last stone. I come up with a grand total of 1 lead. So you said? As far as the police are concerned, it's a cold case, but I managed to make some headway. I remember. You were just about to tell me. Alright. A kidnapping and murder case that took place in Honjo, Sumida around 1 year ago. Harue Shigima's son, Shuichi, age 11, was kidnapped on his way home from school, with a ransom being demanded that same evening. Initially, the kidnapping was thought of as a simple extortion scheme, but when it came to light that the Shigima family was closely tied to the police, and Shuichi was in fact the grandson of a senior official, it was quickly assumed that the perpetrator was acting upon a grudge against the police force. The kidnapping was treated as a direct attack against the good name of the police, and a large-scale investigation was launched that used the best equipment available to trace phone calls. This made it all the more embarrassing when they were unable to catch the culprit, losing the public's confidence. The culprit grew cocky, relentlessly mocking the police force. After 3 days of failure after failure, Harue reached a breaking point. Spurred by concern for her son, she resolved to hand over the ransom money as fast as possible, but her husband and father, who held the prestige of the police in high regard, refused, saying that they would not let the criminal win by giving in to their demands. Okay. The increasingly frantic detective assigned to the case lost his temper when the criminal called to give an ultimatum, causing the culprit to never make contact again. Another week passed, and Shuichi's body was found floating in the Sumida River. Shuichi's death could largely be ascribed to the police's incompetence, but this was ultimately covered up with stringent media embargoes. The investigation was never closed, but the case has long gone cold. Oh, here he is. Occupation, elementary school student. He's such a normal child. The only son of Harue Shigima. He was kidnapped and murdered 1 year ago. His body was discovered floating in the Sumida River. Shuichi was a conscientious, brave young boy who was determined to protect his mother, Harue, amid his father's frequent absences. He dreamed of becoming a police officer. Oh no, poor kid. you gotta understand, kid. And displayed diligence and an impressive sense of responsibility from a young age, likely due to being raised in an extremely strict environment. Born in the early 70s, he spent his days immersed in various activities and studies, including playing piano, learning the abacus, taking English lessons, and training in kendo. Shuichi's tendency to put other people's needs over his own meant he died without ever telling his classmates how much he longed for all of them to go out on a hunt for mockingbird stickers. Yeah, the abacus, you know. Back then, this game takes place in an era where the abacus is a common device that everybody uses in their everyday life. So if he was 11 and he was born in the early 70s, it's probably the early 80s, at least, I guess. You know, we still need to figure out exactly what you want me to do. Tell you what. Why don't I tell you what I found, and then we can make a decision. All right. Oh. Okay. Suppose there's not much point going over the kidnapping itself. No. I'm very familiar. Then I'll leave that for the files to cover and just confirm a few things about the case. The police traced the culprit's calls back to... let's see here. In northern Oyoko River here in Sumida City. It's quite a wide area. That's right. In the end, they never managed to nail down exactly where the calls were coming from. It was almost certainly the same location that Shuichi was being held captive, since Shuichi's voice could be heard during the killer's calls. Northern Oyoko River is quite a distance from Shuichi's normal school commute. Factoring in that he was seen at school but went missing before he arrived at his house, it's likely that he was abducted by car on his route home. Maybe, but... Exactly. Shuichi was a clever boy. He never would have gotten into a car with a stranger. That's right. I was very firm about that. I know he understood, too. I even saw him warning the other children. It's possible that they forced him into the car. The only issue there is, there weren't any witnesses to the kidnapping. You can't bundle someone into a car with that many students around and not be noticed. But nobody came forward to say they saw anything suspicious. So, did they target him at some other time? Somewhere away from his usual route? Both of those seem a little far-fetched. Which raises the question, how'd the kidnapper pull it off? The police never managed to find an answer. In the end, they decided that the kidnapper must have just gotten lucky. Well, why not turn the problem on its head? Why don't we spin the chessboard a little bit, huh? Yeah. The kidnapper managed to convince Shuichi to get into their car, but how? The only thing that makes sense to me is if they were somebody he would have had a reason to trust. Teacher, perhaps, or a relative, or somebody else that he knew. But all of the adults Shuichi knew had alibis. The police checked them all thoroughly. They did, huh? No one throws numbers at a problem like the cops. But what if it wasn't someone he knew? Or rather, what if the culprit disguised themselves as a police officer? That would explain why I didn't find him suspicious. The Shigima family has close ties with the police after all. He would have had a reason to trust him. You might be right. But surely that couldn't have... I mean, honestly, I had just been thinking that maybe it was actually a member of the police, so... Well, there's a problem with the theory. You'd be surprised how much police officers stand out. That's sort of the point. After all, they're meant to be a visible deterrent against crime. But there's another interesting little bit of trivia I happen to know. When you ask people to imagine somebody suspicious, nobody pictures women or children. Even kids who've been warned about stranger danger. Glad they said it. Glad they said stranger danger. Often subconsciously expect that danger to look like an adult man. Besides, Shuichi was the sort of boy who wanted to be a police officer when he grew up. He must have had a very strong sense of right and wrong. That's right. Surely you can't mean... Now you're getting it. If, say, a young woman approached Shuichi asking for help, what would he have done? If someone like that said they were lost and asked him for directions, would he have gotten into a car? He might have. My husband always told him that a man had a duty to watch out for women and children. You could certainly argue that kind of attitude is outdated nowadays, but Shuichi believed it. Then we might have something here. Then you think the culprit was a young woman. But it was a man's voice on the phone. She might have been an accomplice, or she didn't even realize she was being used. If anything, that would explain why she hasn't come forward. She herself might not realize she had anything to do with the case. Interesting. The question is, anybody see Shuichi speaking with a young woman on the day of his disappearance? See what I said about people's biases? It goes for witnesses too. And I figured that maybe if I started asking new questions, I might get some new answers. So I spent my day asking around Shuichi's school route, seeing if anybody had seen something. And one man thought he had. Do you mean you saw it happen? Well, I can't say that for sure yet. Turned out he wanted something from me, so he asked if we could talk in private. Huh. Several hours earlier, okay. That right? Yes, you do. There's no one around? We can speak in confidence. Excuse me, what was your name again? Jonoichi. Cool guy. I love this. I love this design. It is so of the time period. Yeah, he is such an 80s guy. Got it. Well, Jonoichi. Wait, no, Jonochi. Sorry. There's no I there. I'm all ears. Just so we're all on the same page. You're a private detective investigating Shuichi Shigima's kidnapping. Do I have that right? Of course. What else do I look like? Well, sir, I think you look like a cowboy. How should I know what a private detective looks like? Forget it. Look, I'll tell you straight. My life is in danger. I need your help. Huh? You'll excuse me if that caught me a little off guard. Let me ask you straight. Who was trying to kill you? A student called Michio Shiraishi. Interesting. Schoolgirl, eh? Sounds like you've been naughty. It's nothing like that. That girl, she's a murderer. I'm the only one who knows, but I saw what she did. Michio Shiraishi. I saw her kidnap Shuichi Shigima. Come again? I saw her talk to him on the street and lead him away. I didn't think much of it at the time, but then he went missing. She murdered him, I'm sure of it, or at least she's got something to do with it. That's what you're here for, isn't it? Then you can't let her get to me. That's true, you've been sitting on some valuable information. Why didn't you tell anybody? Well, you see, if you can't explain that, I don't have any reason to believe you. I couldn't. She told me she'd kill me if I spoke a word. You're telling me a schoolgirl had you scared for your life? You've been sitting on that all this time. And you think she's coming for you now that you spilled the beans? Yes, that's it exactly. I'm begging you, don't let her get me. Arrest her, I'm telling you, she's a demon. You seem to believe what you're saying, but it just doesn't add up. How could a schoolgirl have a fully grown man so terrified? You don't know what she can do. She'll curse me. Curse you? I'm sorry, but you're losing me here. Great face on Richter. It's true. Her house, it's... forget it. Why do I even bother? You seem dubious enough to believe me. I should have known you never understand. I thought you were suspicious enough to believe me. I thought you were a real weirdo who would actually buy my story. Enough. I'll find someone else to help me. Hey! And that's about the long and short of it. I can hardly believe it. At the time, I thought his mention of curses was just crazy talk. But I'm starting to see that there might have been more to it. Then, we can just find that girl. Curse or no curse, if she was with Shuichi on the day of the kidnapping, then there's a good chance she knows something. On top of that, I did some digging on the man I spoke to. His full name is Kohei Jonochi. He's a teacher at Komagata High School here in Sumida. That's where Yakko's story takes place, right? A teacher? Then this schoolgirl is one of his students? I think that's very likely. Oh, guest table. The guest table. I don't know where Father got this old thing from, but I've never liked it. Awesome. Okay, now she's still excited to kill. At last we got a lead. Hopefully it'll be the breakthrough we've been looking for. You know, we still need to figure out exactly what you want me to do. Oh, okay. I had to talk to him about the other stuff still. The Rat Resurrection, huh? I read about that in an occult magazine the other day. Apparently some old book showed up recently with all the gory details. They say that the right can be found somewhere in Honjo. I remember the first time you told me about that. Felt like my prayers had been heard. Like I had hope, real hope, the first time. Ever since that awful day, I've wondered. What if I hadn't sent him to school? What if I'd just paid the ransom? Not a day goes by when I don't think that if I had done something differently, Shuichi would still be alive. You can't blame yourself, ma'am. It was the culprit's fault, not yours. Though I know that won't help any. Grief is funny like that. I'm guessing that's why you're after the right. Guess I didn't need to ask. It's written all over your face. I can tell how much he meant to you. But, and this is a big but, if this right is a real deal, using it will mean killing someone and stealing their soul. Is that a problem? If it comes to that, I'm afraid I'll have to stop you. Oh, that's a shame. A shame, huh? That's all? I thought, I'm going to be competing with other curse bearers. Then your detective skills might come in useful. You realize you're talking about ending someone's life, right? Don't you see an issue with that? I think any parent in my position would happily kill for a chance like this.
That's so, is it? Dear, oh dear, what have I gotten myself into?
If it makes you uncomfortable, then you won't have to get any blood on your hands yourself. I don't need you to kill the other curse bearers. I only need you to find them.
I won't be part of the murder, ma'am. Not even for a client.
Moral choices in gaming. I see. I didn't realize you were so stubborn.
Let me say, though.
Fucked up. I clicked.
Let me say, though. Not like I don't get what you're going through. As long as you're not killing anyone with your own hands. Maybe I can help you out.
What do you have in mind?
Well, I bet stealing someone else's curse stone after they've filled it with soldier eggs. If that was all you were after, I could lend you my services guilt-free. If the other curse bearers want to kill each other, that's their business. I'm not trying to be a hero here. I guess there's no guarantee a stolen curse stone will work, but we can worry about that later.
Well then, I suppose we have a deal. Although, what if I stole a curse stone using my curse? Would you disapprove?
That would void our contract, ma'am. Just warning you now. Before we go any further, why don't you tell me about that curse of yours? The Haunting Clappers, was it? It's one of the Seven Mysteries of Honjo, if I remember correctly.
That's right. The original story did happen somewhere near here, I think. I'm sure I remember hearing that.
In that case, my money would be on all the curse bearers being somewhere in Honjo. Our first move should be to narrow them down. Some of them are bound to try and come for you first. We'll need to be ready. The curses make their bearers more willing to kill, so an attack could come from anywhere.
That sounds sensible.
And if I remember correctly, your haunting clappers can set people on fire, but only if they have a naked flame or a lighter on their person. That right?
That's right.
In olden times, wooden clappers were used to warn people of fire. Guessing it punishes those who don't heed the warning. Seems like a good curse to have. Simple and straightforward enough to use. Although it's hard to say how it stacks up without knowing what else is on the table.
You really think it's that good?
The target can't do much to throw it off. It has a nice long activation window. It's big that it works on lighters too. Just slip one into your target's pocket. Say that condition were already fulfilled before they even knew you're there. They wouldn't even know what hit them.
Maybe I won't have to actually use it. I could just tell someone I could. They'd have to do what I said.
Threats could work, although without any proof, it'll come down to how convincing you can be. If only you could use the curse. If only you could use the curse, then back out at the last second.
At the last second? What an interesting idea. I have a lighter right here. You try it now.
That's an interesting proposition. But maybe not. I'm not quite crazy enough to make myself a guinea pig.
Oh, I see.
You're an odd one, ma'am, if you don't mind me saying. And I don't think it's just the curse.
You flatterer. She's so normal. She's such a normal woman.
As for what we do next, first of all, I think you should stay indoors. Try not to do anything spontaneous or outside of your normal routine. Right then. Have you decided what you want me working on?
Feels like the big choice. So, okay. So going with Richter, helping with the right, means we go pacifism mode. Having him investigate means he doesn't know if we kill people, right? Ha. I have to say, I'm actually very curious. You're surprised I'm not saving literally every screen? I can't make myself do that. I can't put all of you through that also. But sure, I'll save here. Why not? Also, we have the story chart, right? So, like, that's not a huge deal. Let's hang out with Richter. He's fun. Bringing my son back is more important. I want you to help me with the rite of resurrection.
Roger that. The right it is. Odds are good that the other curse bearers are also working by night. Anyone they kill under the cover of darkness won't be discovered until sunrise. I bet they'll be trying to do as much as they can before morning comes. But settled then. I'll look into the other curse bearers by night. Once the city wakes up, I can start asking questions. I'll investigate the kidnapping as well. I'll even try and find Mrs. Shiraishi as part of the bargain.
Thank you. That's more than enough. Oh, okay.
Now then. I should get to work. There's only so much time before sunrise. I'll call you if I find out anything new. You stay here and keep a lookout.
All right.
There's no telling what kinds of curses you might find out in the streets tonight. Don't go outside if you can help it. Try to be ready for anything.
I will.
Well, if that's all, I should be going.
All right. A nice thought. Despite having obtained the Curse of the Haunting Clappers, Harue Shigima is determined to use the Rite of Resurrection by stealing the remaining curse stones. She instructs your private investigator Richter to find the other curse bearers. She is outside in this picture, yeah. Hey, I'm gonna get up for 1 second. I'm sorry. I'll be right back. All right, like I said, just 1 second. Wanted to turn the heat up a little bit. Okay, 1 a.m. It's almost been an hour since Richter left. You promised you'd call me if anything happened. But he hasn't. So all I can do is wait. Wait. Should I put a record on? No, it's too late for that. I'm not in the mood for music anyway. The flower spit MIDI is just a little... That old hanging scroll. I've seen it too often to feel anything from it now. Come to think of it, I never offered him any tea. Not that I ever learned how to make it. It's a fax machine. Don't know of anybody else who owns one. Waiting for Richter to contact me, but he hasn't. Soon the newspaper is the important part. Nothing on at this hour. I see no point in turning it on. And the ticking seems so loud. Just goes to show how quiet it is. Alright, newspaper. What's this, a newspaper? Must have fallen off the chair. It's a newspaper. I only leave them in here for the guests. I hardly ever read them myself. I don't think I've taken the time to go over one in years, in fact. Well, it's not like I have anything better to do. Let's see. Wow, that's a lot. I'm interested in education. Everyone attends high school now, even girls. Universal education policy, they call it. The country's gotten rich enough that every child can go to school. Education is the backbone of modern society. If you want to work for a good company, you have to get into a good university. With more people in the running than ever, the competition to get into those universities has gotten fierce, though. The new generation is rebelling. Schoolyard violence and delinquency are on the rise. But my boy was too sensible to get mixed up in any of that. I don't want to read anymore. It'll only remind me of him. I know it's dangerous to go out, but I can't... Fuck. I did it again. Okay, I have this new mouse. I've mentioned it a little bit. For whatever reason, I find it really easy to press the right click on it. And I don't know why. It just happens accidentally. I know it's dangerous to go out, but I can't just sit here and let this opportunity pass me by. I have to look for her. Michio Shiraishi. But first, I need to find more soul dregs. Let's look at TV. I don't really watch much television. Feels as if all the information in the world gets passed through that little black box. My father stopped them from reporting on the kidnapping back when it happened. I was glad about that. Less fuss. Now the comedy boom is over. All the comedians are flocking to other genres. The occult seems really popular at the moment. Look at all these paranormal specials. Now that everyone has more spending money to go around, people are coming up with all kinds of new diversions. Seems like only yesterday that people were flocking to the arcades to shoot aliens. Now we have these enormous theme parks and gaming machines that plug straight into our televisions. Okay, so 1985, 1986, kind of? Everyone's talking about superhero series, foreign films, movies based on the latest bestseller. Back in my day, fusion rock and folk music was all the rage. Now it's all about city pop and idols. I find it hard to care about that sort of thing anymore. They didn't... Isn't city pop as a term, like, a more, like, a modern construction? I don't think... They didn't actually call it city pop in the 80s, right? I hear that the new big thing is some mascot line of delinquent birds. Mockingbirds, I think it's called. Yeah, you just heard it. You just heard about it from Richter. Was that what Richter was talking about? Trends seem to have such short shelf lives now, with how quickly the times are changing. It's the second time you've heard the term city pop. Have you never heard Plastic Love, Kev? I think I'm just too old to keep up anymore. It's young people who are leading the way. their modern worldviews, my generation will only fall further behind. The city pop as a term comes from the 70s? Okay, whatever. I was wrong. You prefer organic renewable loves, I see. All sorts of articles about the current state of the economy. Now that the post-war boom has passed its peak, we're moving into the era of large corporations. It's about 220 to 230 yen to the dollar. Manufacturing is on the rise and exports are healthy. The dollar is down from its height and people are saying it could fall further. There's no denying how much the standard of living has improved in the past few years. Common to own a car and a television now. Supermarkets are better stocked than ever. Yeah, that bubble economy, it's never gonna change. It's just gonna keep getting better and better. Although with everyone flocking to the city, land prices are skyrocketing. Nowadays, people can only dream of home ownership. Fuck, I did it again! Oh my god. The city center is going to be nothing but apartments before long. I'm not exactly a businesswoman, so this all feels like another world to me. Yeah, the thing about bubbles is that they never burst. Bubbles are permanent, and that's why we all love them. Looks like the city's biggest problem right now is pollution. I remember how the air and water used to be even more polluted. The river was covered in scum from all the sewage and industrial waste, and it stank so badly it'd make my eyes water. Eventually, people started getting sick, and it couldn't be ignored anymore. Fortunately, it's gotten better since then. Although the air around the industrial district is still filthy with gas and smog. There's one thing Honjo never wants for its horrific crimes. They found a police officer dead in a local park just the other day. A lot of my family are in the police. Hope it wasn't anybody I knew. I don't read the news anymore. Not since last year. Brings back bad memories. Still more? Suicide at local high school. Oh. I remember that. A high school girl jumped off a roof about a week ago. She was bullied, I think. Maybe it was something about exam pressure. What? But... No, this can't be right. Her name... Michio Shiraishi? From Komagata High School? It can't be. Gasp. Michio Shiraishi. The same girl who witnessed my son's kidnapping committed suicide last week? But that means, hey, did Richter not read this newspaper? did Richter, I mean, I guess he just heard about Michio like a couple hours ago, but also... Mr. Jonochi was terrified of someone who already died? Is that what he meant by a curse? I can't work this out on my own. Maybe Richter will know. I won't even call. Oh, I haven't left it off the hook, have I? I'm waiting for Richter to contact me, but he hasn't. I've made sure the receiver is on the hook. He'll ring as soon as he calls. Ah! That must be him. Hello, Shigima residence. Okay, we spent an hour reading the newspaper. The bridge. Hang on. I want to check something again. Do I even remember what I wanted to check? Hang on. All right. I wanted to see if they had her age listed. It doesn't. Huh. Okay. She acts... I had the impression that she was, like, in her 30s? She acts a little older than that. But maybe that's just from being a mother and going through a lot, and also being raised as a proper lady. Richter called me out to meet him. I came here to Kamagata Bridge. Richter, there's something I need to tell you.
Funny. I was just thinking the same thing.
I suppose, I don't know. Sometimes I think about being in my 30s and whether or not I act the same way as the fictional people in their 30s, you know? We're on Kamagata Bridge, over at the Sumida River. There's a highway on one side and a freeway on the other, but they're both deserted this late at night. And the bridge is spanning the Sumida River, completed in 1927 as part of the reconstruction effort following the Great Kanto earthquake. It's notable both for its distinctive blue arches and the cutting-edge, for the time, techniques used in its construction. There are many bridges stretching across the Sumida River, each boasting a unique structural form and design. Cool. Richter just likes hanging out on bridges. Feels like. At this point, when there's a mom character with a 10-year-old child, I'm like, well, clearly she's 40, because somehow it's unfathomable to me to be summoned to be a parent with a child that old at my age. Yeah. The Sumida River. The water is filthy and horrid, but at night, when it's still, it almost looks peaceful.
Can I ask you something, ma'am? Is the Sumida River what you Honjo folks picture when you think of home?
I couldn't say. All I can tell you is that I can hardly stand the sight of it.
Right. Should have guessed.
This is where they found him after he went missing. All alone, floating in that horrible water. All I can think is how scared he must have been. How cold he must have been. What did he ever do to deserve something so awful? I've come here every day since then. And I prayed to the river to give him back. To give me back my son. Day after day after day.
You know, in olden times, people believed rivers marked where our world met the next.
God. Her expression here.
So the act of crossing flowing water had a huge amount of spiritual significance. Back when Edo was founded, people of Chuo saw the Sumida River the same way. They associated the far side of the river with the afterlife. That same place would later become Honjo. All their fear and revulsion accumulated there and took root. But then, the Ryugoku Bridge sprang up after the Great Fire of Meiriki. Just like that, Honjo was part of the city too. And as it turned from farmland into a town, the people surrounded it with man-made rivers and crisscrossed it with canals and waterways.
Weren't those to prevent flooding? That's what I was told.
They were, but that's not all they were for. Their other purpose was to contain all the corruption that had built up on the far shore, and stop it from leaking through to our side of the Great Divide. Officially, they were a physical barrier, but unofficially, they were a spiritual one too.
So if I have this right, are you saying that Honjo is a place where the real world meets the afterlife?
Exactly. That's why the Rite of Resurrection is here, rather than anywhere else. I'm sure of it. And it's probably why the Seven Mysteries and their curses have survived to the modern day. And I guess that would make this spot we're standing right now, right over the water, the border between life and death. If there was ever a place where bringing back the dead might be possible, I reckon it's here. It's funny that you mentioned praying to the river. That might have done more than you think. Is that supposed to make me feel better? Just thinking aloud, ma'am. Well, it's a nice thought. Sumida River. A Class A river. I don't know what Class A river means. That is part of the Arakawa River system, which runs through much of eastern Tokyo and empties into Tokyo Bay. During the Edo period, Sumida's riverbanks played a key role in the transportation of lumber used for construction. Means it's a damn good river. Yeah! In addition to its logistical importance, it was also a place for the common folk to gather and enjoy activities, such as seasonal flower viewing or river bathing. There exist many woodblock prints depicting such activities. The area became plagued with sewage issues when the surrounding environs were industrialized in the post-war period, but the situation has improved since. Many unique bridges span the Sumida River, including the Ryogoku and the Azumabashi bridges, which attract a large number of visitors as sightseeing spots. Massive fireworks displays in the summer are also always sure to draw a crowd. The river has served as a cornerstone for both the city and its people, having both aided in its development and serving as an inspiring backdrop for countless works of art and literature. Class A is a designation applied to rivers and waterways deemed to be important to the economy of the nation as a whole, as well as those deemed important to the conservation of nature within Japan. I see, that makes sense. We can think more about the river. Oh, that's right. There's one more memory I have of this river. Do you mind if I tell you? Go ahead.
It must have been about 20 years now, when I was still a schoolgirl. Back then, the Sumida River was much filthier than it is now. It was full of garbage and industrial discharge. It was scummy and slimy. It stank. You could look out over the water and see dead cats and dogs and pigeons just floating. And one day, among all the filth and garbage, there was a piece of my missing classmate's hand.
Yeah? What?
It was almost a miracle when you stopped to think about it. What were the chances that someone would find a part of her that was still recognizable? And that although everything but the palm had rotted away in the water, the part that was left would have an identifiable scar. And they could tell it had been a murder from the blade marks in the bone.
Wait. Are you talking about the Nejima murders?
So you have heard of it. I'm impressed. I assume you were but an elementary schooler at the time?
I wasn't really aware of it then. I only heard about it after the fact. I had no idea the victim was a classmate of yours.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Yeah, Harue has really had a normal life. Okay, a notorious case from over 2 decades ago involving the murder of a female high school student. It first came to the attention of the authorities when part of a human hand, left hand, was discovered floating in the Sumida River. Testing revealed it to belong to a missing female high school student, as it appeared to have been severed deliberately. The police launched a murder investigation. A large-scale search of the river was organized, but the highly polluted state of the water made this impossible. Visibility was poor, the stench was intense, and the divers quickly fell ill. Awesome. They succeeded in recovering only the victim's head and what appeared to be part of her leg before the search was called off. At the time of the incident, the Sumida River was as polluted as it had ever been. Neither fish nor shellfish could survive in it, eventually causing the annual fireworks festival to be called off indefinitely. Over the course of the search, the police discovered a number of unidentified human bones. This caused a stir among the public as several other young women had gone missing in recent years in the Tokyo area, and it was feared that they may have fallen victim to the same fate. Forensic technologies at the time, however, were not advanced enough to determine the identities of the deceased, so the police were unable to open any inquiries. Due to the overwhelming lack of circumstantial evidence, the investigation ground to a halt until a hitherto, yes, unrelated individual came to its attention. During questioning about a separate incident, Fumichika Nejima, a 36-year-old shop owner with no relation to the victim, divulged details about her that had never been released to the general public. An investigation into his background was conducted, leading to his arrest. I might need more water. One sec. Nejima testified that he had snatched his victim from the street and confined her in the underground storeroom of his shop, which also served as his living quarters. He chose her for no special reason, but simply decided she was an opportune target on seeing her walking alone at night. After keeping her locked up for several days, he restrained her, sewed her mouth shut, and severed her fingers and toes with a box cutter while she was still conscious. Awesome! As she screamed silently behind her sealed lips, he proceeded to her wrists, her ankles, her elbows, her knees, working his way inwards and slowly and methodically. His victim constantly wavered in and out of consciousness. Her ordeal continued until she died of blood loss. Nejima dismembered the rest of her body and disposed of it behind his home in the Sumida River before cleaning his storeroom and returning to his everyday routine as if nothing had happened. The brutality of his action shocked the nation when they were eventually reported. Once apprehended, Nejima readily divulged the details of the murder, but was less willing to explain his motive. When asked, he would only break down in tears saying, "I don't know what came over me. I know it was wrong." In the end, the police could extract nothing more from him than expressions of remorse. Although the efficiency of his methods strongly suggested he had committed similar crimes in the past, no corroborating evidence ever came to light. Nejima was sentenced to life in prison at his first hearing. The sentence was imposed with no appeal from the defendant. Fascinating. Fascinating. Just curious. No. Probably not. Decking light, honey clappers, tree, Taiko. We already know about this. This would line up with the one-sided read, wouldn't it? Yeah. Cut the arm and leg off one side of her body, then threw them into the canal. Yeah, this would absolutely line up with the one-sided read. Curious. Okay. To be honest, it was all a bit of a blur. A wave of chaos just parting around me. Something like that. I said the rest of her body must have sunk to the bottom of the river. They combed the riverbed, but they only ever found pieces. Everything else must have rotted and flowed out to sea. Afterwards, I heard that all the divers who had been looking for her fell ill. Sorry story for everyone involved, huh? It's funny. Everyone figures the river's filthy already, so one more piece of garbage won't hurt. But every little bit makes it worse. It's a vicious cycle. I know I wouldn't want... Fuck. I don't know why it's so easy to press that right click. I know I wouldn't want to go rooting around down there myself. That's right. which is why the riverbed is the last place anybody would go looking. Or so was the killer's thinking, I suppose. And the times were changing quickly back then. Things were confusing. Everyone seemed to be in a hurry. Young people were moving to Tokyo in droves. Some even ran away from home to make it in the big city. They made easy targets for bad people. A lot of them ended up disappearing without a trace. You see, back then, if you chopped a body up into tiny pieces and threw it in the river, it would rot quickly and discreetly, and sink to the bottom, never to be seen again.
Are you saying what I think you're saying?
They arrested him shortly after, Fumichika Nejima, the man who killed my classmate and cut her into pieces. He was so methodical about it couldn't have been his first crime. People began to wonder how many other girls he'd murdered the same way. The police never found any evidence of other murders in the end. But the river knows the truth. How many corpses has it swallowed up over the years, I wonder? That same thought spread through everyone's mind. They started to avoid this area. So really, this river has been rank with corruption for decades now. Or at least that's how it seems to me. Well, was that interesting?
Well, I can see why you don't have any good memories of the river. All that darkness lurking beneath the surface. There's no reason that you would. Still, if I may, ma'am, I'm surprised you know so much about the Nejima murders.
But how could I not? After all, I was the one who found the hand. The police actually wrote me a thank you letter. They said it was only thanks to me that they managed to bring Nejima to justice. That was the only time my father ever said he was proud of me.
Yeesh. Huh. I guess it just wasn't the killer's day.
Sometimes I wonder if he resents me for that. Kind of felt like she was the one that found the hand, yeah. Standing around is the last thing I want to be doing right now. This is my only chance to bring back my son. I can't afford to fritter it away. He's gazing down at the water. What does he see down there, I wonder? I'll go first. There's something I need to tell you.
What's up?
Well, that girl, Michio Shiraishi.
The one who was with Shuichi on the day of the kidnapping.
That's her. Well, she's dead.
She's what?
The student who committed suicide last week. That was her.
I heard something like that had happened. Never got the name though. Talk about bad luck. We finally get a lead only to find it's turned into a literal dead end. Unless her death was the whole reason Jonochi was so shaken up. He said she was gonna curse him. Was he talking about her taking revenge from beyond the grave?
It seems like we're back where we started.
Not necessarily. That teacher knows something, I'm sure of it. At the very least, I'd put money on him having something to do with Miss Shiraishi's death. That's why he's so scared of being cursed by her.
I see.
And also, something tells me he knows more about your son's kidnapping.
Huh?
In any case, I think I got a good idea what he's hiding. Call it a hunch.
A hunch?
Well, more of a theory. A game theory. Care to take a guess?
I mean... it could be that he is the culprit. Or he has some other kind of involvement with her that was, let's say, untoward. I can't say for certain, but... Oh, they need me to spell it out, okay. Mr. Jonochi. Silence, Michiru Shiraishi. Ooh. I'm going to say blackmail. Oh, you can say, can you? My feeling is blackmail. I don't... Because if he killed her, I don't think he would have actually told Richter about it, right? But I think he thinks he can get away with it if he was just, you know, manipulating her. What if Mr. Jonochi silenced Michiyo Shiraishi with blackmail? What do you think? Exactly my thinking. Alright. Jonochi knew about Miss Shiraishi's connection to the kidnapping, and he used that to blackmail her into doing his bidding. He made her feel so trapped she took her own life to escape. That's my read on it. How despicable. Well, it's just a theory. Right now, I think we need to have another chat with Mr. Jonochi. Please go ahead. Alright then. I've been poking around places connected to the Seven Mysteries looking for curse bearers. And I think I've found a few candidates. First, a tall man I ran into in Kinshibori Park. I asked him for directions, trying to probe him a little, but he turned the questions right back around on me. He was out of there the second he figured I wasn't what he was looking for. I got the sense curses were nothing new to him. I'm about 40% sure he's a curse bearer. No, this is the... What was his name? This is, No. Takumi. Yeah. If he has a curse, he has never used it. Because he was only worth 1% before. Then there's this middle-aged guy I saw on South Warigesui Street. There's no question about this one. He had one of the cursed stones in his hand. He had a nervous air about him too. It was clear he was up to some shady business. This has got to be the guy that dragged Shogo into the building in the darkness, right? Gathering soul dregs, I bet. Make a good target. Next up is a pair. A young man and woman I saw around Ryogoku Bridge. This time, the man came up to me and asked me flat out if I was a curse bearer. I told him I didn't know what he was talking about, and he backpedaled and left. Looks like they lurk around there often, looking for kindred spirits would be my guess. But it didn't seem like they were quite working as a pair. Gathering soul dregs in a group might be a decent idea if you can make it work. But with things being how they are, it's gotta be hard to find folks we can trust. Interesting. So, this lady was not there when Shogo met this guy. What was his name? No. Yutaro. That's right. Okay. I don't know what their deal is, but I'd like to find out. Last is two detectives I've seen sniffing around. The police are involved. Not necessarily. A body turned up in a local park a few days ago, so they might just be looking into that. Still, the park's got ties to one of the Seven Mysteries. Might be it was a curse that did the guy in. And if they're sending in detectives from the head office, then something's gotta be up. How do you know where they're from? Let's just say that when you're in this business, there's some faces you get to know.
Anyway, that's everyone who's caught my eye.
You found all of them in so little time. I really did hire the best.
It's all in the name, ma'am. Richter Kai, P.I. No, wait. Make that Richter Kai investigator extraordinaire.
My, an investigator extraordinaire. Is that why you can dress like that without drawing attention to yourself? This pose is so good.
You bet. An investigator extraordinaire can blend in like a chameleon in any outfit.
Well, that aside, the middle-aged man and the young couple sound the most promising, am I right?
Whichever we pick, it's still too early to make a move. Seems like the curse bearers are less involved with each other than we thought. Plus, there's still others we don't know about. I say we hang fire and see how things play out. Once more bodies start showing up, that'll get the pot nice and hot. Once it's boiling, our chance will come.
There's something wrong.
Not really. It just struck me. It's been 20 years since the Nejima murders.
So it has.
Not to spook you or anything, but I thought you might be interested in knowing. Life in prison doesn't always mean life. There's precedent for first-time offenders being allowed out on parole after 20 years. Only if they're found to show remorse and the desire to reform themselves, of course.
That's right. I'm impressed you know so much. Still, it's hard for someone with a criminal record to reintegrate into society.
I hear they've been trying to fix that recently, matching inmates with jobs and accommodation.
Oh, really?
They keep an eye on them, of course. They can report in for regular checkups. But to avoid discrimination, they keep the inmates' records a secret from everyone but their employers. They even give particularly notorious criminals new identities, so they won't be recognized in the workplace.
Aye. And the way you put it. It's like you're saying Fumichika Nejima could be out on parole right now. Back in society under a new name, with nobody any the wiser.
It's possible. As it happens, a little birdie told me about a big name making parole a few months back. I don't know if that was Nejima. But our discussion just now did bring it to mind.
I see. How unsettling. Now that you mention it.
Hey Kit, how you doing?
I just remembered something too.
What was it?
True! I was passing Komagata High School a little while ago when I saw someone. A janitor, I think. I could have sworn he reminded me of Fumichika Nejima.
Oh?
He looked a little different after 20 years. Much thinner than I remembered, too. I told myself I was just seeing things. But perhaps it was him after all. So, what next?
The big question now is what the rest of the curse bearers are up to. Luckily, the Sumida River is a good distance from any of the Seven Mysteries. It's unlikely the other curse bearers will come all the way here. I can finally have a moment to think.
I see. All right.
Suspend. I see. Okay.
So it's as I thought.
We can't progress any further until our situation has changed. Gotcha. Okay. I'm gonna save, even though this is obviously, like, intended and we'll be able to come right back here, but I'm just gonna save to save. Alright, that's kind of what I thought. Huh, I'm surprised that there isn't a split here, now that I think about it. Because there was the big choice about whether we wanted Richter to investigate the kidnapping more or investigate the curse bearers. I guess it's probably just
he ends up doing both either way, sort of thing. Especially since he did say that he would investigate the kidnapping. Okay. Who next? Yeah, exactly. Who next? Should I just go down the list, or should I go to Yakko? I'm honestly very curious about what's going on with her, considering we've been hearing about Michio Shiraishi. So you know what? I think I do want to go to her, because I'm really curious about that. Yakko Sakazaki searches for the Rite of Resurrection. You did Yakko first, then Harue, then Tetsuo. Interesting. Yakko Sakazaki searches for the Rite of Resurrection, hoping to revive her friend who jumped to her death. To get the information she needs, she meets with her classmate Mio Kurosuzu in their classroom at midnight to attempt using a spirit board. You did Yakko, Tetsuo, Harue. Wow, we all did different orders. That's wonderful. That should be everything. Okay, let's start. Ready for this, Yakko? Okay, I'm ready. Okay, Yakko. Yakko is a student in Class 2C at Komagata High School. Unable to comprehend why her childhood friend and classmate Michio Shiraishi committed suicide, she attempted to investigate the incident herself. However, she was unable to make any progress and, feeling desperate, invited transfer student Mio Kurosuzu to join her in performing a spirit board ritual. Born and raised in Honjo, Sumida City, Yakko's family has owned and operated the beloved candy shop Sonoya since its establishment in the early Showa area. Despite her modest appearance, Yakko is a cheerful and vivacious young woman with a sense of duty and compassion so strong that she is easily moved to tears. She is also a bit quick-tempered and quarrelsome, always prepared to stand up against those who harm her family or friends. It is possible, however, this readiness to fight is more driven by an innate love of chaos. Okay, she sounds fun. Yakko's winning streak against arrogant boys and scraps since she was a child remains unbroken, and is the source of considerable stress for her mother. Okay, I love Yakko. Alright, let's start. Oh, fun! This is the spirit board. This is how we'll be communicating. First, both put a finger on the 10-yen coin that's on the board. Like this? Just like that. Relax your finger as much as you can. Now for the chant. Repeat what I say, okay? Oh, Spectre of the Spirit Board, please visit us. Your turn. Oh no! Spectre of the Spirit Board, Spectre of the Spirit Board, please visit us. Good. Please tell us if you are there. Gasp. Whoa, it really moved, and then it moved back. Looks like we succeeded in the summoning. You can ask questions now. Right, questions. I love that this fucking Luigi board is just a piece of paper that they've written on. That's great. Start with a question you know the answer to, and see the response. Then, when you know your questions are being answered truthfully, you ask what you really want to know. Okay, I'll start with something simple. What's... Ooh, no. The Spectre wouldn't necessarily know who we are. Let's say, what is this place? Oh, Spectre of the Spirit Board. Where are we? How'll they be known? This is sort of a girl date night, yeah. H-I-G-H-S-C-A-O. Yeah, this has to be like the most ridiculously difficult part to change in the local. Well, you know what? I'm not sure actually. You definitely have to change the animation, but it also seems like they are essentially just moving this JPEG, which is two hands with a coin, across the screen. So it's not that bad. It's not like, okay, no spoilers, but in The Great Ace Attorney, there is an entire puzzle that they had to like add an extra like they had to add an extra like space to it essentially because of the localization. High school, that's right. So like they don't necessarily have to do that. They just have to like change like the movement of this. I guess it depends on like how difficult like moving this part of the image is, right? Oh yeah. It's definitely not pre-rendered. The answers don't seem very precise. Okay, so we're going through all the questions. Okay, we'll start with Yakko herself. I think it should know the answer to this. Oh, Spectre of the Spirit Board, what is my name? Huh? What's the matter? How strange. No. Huh? It told me no. I bet it means it doesn't know. It may be the Spectre of the Spirit Board, but it doesn't know everything. Is this spirit really the real deal? Yes. It's fine. I feel like it's giving me attitude. Fine. What is the name of the girl across from me? Mio, that's right. That's not fair. It knows your name, Mio. It even used that weird character you used. Wait, what? This looks like the name tag is wrong, probably. It even used that weird character you used to spell your name. How flattering. I like her little... her little devilish smirk here. Tell me about Mio. Mio transferred to Class 2C at Komagata High School about 2 months ago. Although she is an extremely mild-mannered young woman, she exudes a somewhat off-putting dark aura, which makes it difficult for her to form friendships. Mio has, however, found a friend in her classmate Yakko Sakazaki, and has begun opening up to her little by little. Yeah, she's a cool, fun occult girl. The truth of the matter is that Mio is the apprentice of a famous psychic. Possessing exceptional spirit sense, she takes on the troublesome task of surreptitiously handling spiritual disturbances that break out in schools across Tokyo before they become a problem. Yeah? She transfers schools frequently as a result, and thus has trouble making human friends. This is another character that feels like there is a different game about her. Yeah, they should have had a little heart in the eye. Yeah. Mio has already solved an incident in Komagata High School involving a female student possessed by a spirit. Although she takes effort to hide her spirit sense, many develop an impression that Mio has a deep knowledge of the occult and the paranormal upon first meeting her, leading her to be anxious that her secrets have been exposed. The most common comment she receives is that she seems to get along well with crows and black cats. We need the Paranormasight cinematic universe. I've already decided. Also, you are literally wearing, like, this, like, pentagram hair clip, which is super cute. I bet. Even the teachers get it wrong all the time. I guess these paranormal beings just tend to take a liking to you. I don't know how I should feel about that. I'm gonna try my name again. Well, ask it again. What is my name? It didn't even hesitate this time. Oh, thank you for the follow. Oh, Spectre of the Spirit Board. Are you truly the Spectre of the Spirit Board? No. Huh? It said no? Is it lying? Not quite. The Spectre of the Spirit Board is just a temporary name we call them when using the board. We're actually calling a spirit with a strong tie to this place, or one of the people participating. In other words, a spirit that has just happened to be nearby, just felt like answering. They don't really think of themselves as the Spectre of the Spirit Board. Oh, really? Huh. Not like some of the mystique has disappeared. And do you mind if I still call you the Spectre of the Spirit Board? Yes! Yes, okay. Thanks. Always good to remember to say please and thank you. Spirit Board. Due to the occult craze, divination has become popular among young boys and girls. All one needs is a coin and a piece of paper with letters and numbers written on it. Using these, all one has to do is ask a question of the called upon spirit, and it will move the coin and answer. It's believed to be a tool that was adopted from Western spiritualism and molded by Japanese occult enthusiasts. Yeah, I thought it was a yes, I do mind. Though it is considered a form of divination, the ritualistic nature of its uses can cause self-hypnosis or autosuggestion, leading to hallucinations or symptoms similar to spirit possession. Many schools banned these spirit boards after there were several cases of students sneaking into schools at night, in addition to stories of people having seizures when using the boards. Alright, time to try asking some serious questions. Yeah. I wanna be bad. I wanna be bad. Oh, Spectre the Spirit Board. What is the name of the boy Mio has a crush on? Hey? You're gonna ask it that kind of question? Doesn't everyone ask this kind of stuff with spirit boards? Besides, I'm curious. No, let's not do this. Huh. Said no. Guess that must mean you don't have a crush on anyone. Oh, Yakko. You're thinking too heterosexually. Yeah, that's it. No is correct. Let's move on. Oh, or maybe. Oh, Spectre of the Spirit Board. Do you mean the boy isn't in our class? Oh, Yakko. Wow! Hey, stop that. Don't make me exercise you. If that's the case, then... Oh, Spectre of the Spirit Board. Is it a teacher at her school? Aw, no good, huh? Yakko, cut it out already. Made the effort to sneak in at night. We shouldn't waste time with these questions. Hey, you got a point. Okay, here I go. I'll be serious now. Yes, please. Oh, Spectre of the Spirit Board. Did Michio Shiraishi in our class, who died by committing suicide by jumping 1 week ago. I almost said year. Did she really commit suicide? So it really wasn't. Not surprised. I never believed it from the start. Now's the important part. Yeah. Michio Shiraishi. Michio was a second-year student at Komagata High School. She was found deceased 1 week ago in a back alley off South Warigesui Street, her entire body broken and severely contorted. Police determined that Michio committed suicide by jumping from a nearby apartment building. There was no suicide note. The police based their conclusion on interviews with Michio's peers. You know, this entire time I've been assuming that she jumped off of the school building. Okay. Michio was an honors student with a good head on her shoulders and consistently excellent grades, making her a favorite among the teachers. Although she appeared somewhat reserved, she had a positive outlook on life and a courageous spirit. Michio and Yakko formed a long-lasting friendship during childhood, with Yakko's unbending, uncompromising attitude deeply influencing Michio. However, beneath her strong exterior, Michio had been pushing herself too hard, keeping her emotions bottled up to the point that they risked overflowing. Following her father's death 3 years ago and moving to a new house, Michio began avoiding Yakko. Although the two remained in the same area of town and attending the same high school, they gradually grew further apart. Yakko herself worried for her childhood friend, but incapable of wading into the complexities of Michio's home life, kept her distance. The days passed, though Michio though Michio longed to confess everything to Yakko, the moment to do so never came. Michio carried an old talisman, a memento of her father, with her at all times. You see... I see. Okay. Oh, Spectre of the Spirit Board. Did Michio Shiraishi die in an accident? It was an accident. Interesting. It said yes. So it was an accident and not a suicide. Michio. Then, did she slip and fall from that apartment building? No. Huh? She didn't? What do you mean? Michio didn't die falling from the apartment building? Gasp. No way! If that were true, then why was she lying on the ground like that in the back alley of the apartment building? It was an accident, but not a fall? Spectre of the Spirit Board, what happened to Michio on that day? This is a very complicated question to ask a Luigi board. Seems like it doesn't know the details. Then how about, Spectre of the Spirit Board, we want to use the Rite of Resurrection to bring Michio back to life. You know where the Rite of Resurrection is? I wonder... Huh? Gasp. Aha! What is this? Stop! I'm scared, Mio! Calm down. We can't let go before it's over. Ah! Such deep sorrow. A resentful memory is flowing into my mind. The Fool's Procession. Those who hear it shall fall into the depths of hell. Kill them. Kill them! Those who hear this sound, kill them all! We've acquired the power of the Curse Stone, the Fool's Procession, and used to kill those who hear the sound produced by the curse cycle for more than 30 seconds. The effect will be negated if you are seen in that time. Press the Use Curse button to produce the sound. Okay. Kills by fatal fall. One who hears its music for 30 seconds without seeing the curse bearer. Interesting. Omio stood atop the tall festival tower. It was her time to shine and she was ecstatic. It had been years since she joined the troupe, but she had yet to enjoy her day in the spotlight. She wasn't particularly pretty, nor was she all that talented. As a gossip and a loudmouth, she wasn't well liked by her peers. Some of the other girls thought of her as a teacher's pet and bullied her. I don't care about them, she thought. I'll use this chance to make something of myself. Everything was perfect. She wore a beautiful kimono and an okame mask over her face. The stage was set. The accompaniment began. She danced with everything she had. Applause rained down upon her from the crowd. Her breathing hastened with excitement. Gotta catch my breath. That's strange. I can't take my mask off. The smell of glue assaulted her nostrils. But that's how it is. I knew it was too good to be true. Her screams were drowned out by the music as she squirmed and struggled. Omio is giving it her all here today. We have to keep it up. The crowd livened even more. No! No, please, someone help me! She fell from the tower, writhing in pain as she begged those around her for help. The music stopped in time with Omio's heart. Gasp. Okay, so, interesting that this is a curse that, creates the impression of having fallen from a height. And, the person that, we want to revive died with the impression created that she fell from a height. A murderous...
Strange, isn't it?
Very true. A murderous impulse seeps into my soul like thick black tar. Can you hear it, Curse Bearer? You who so strongly desires the right. Kill them. Alright, 2 things to remember. The information they gained from the spirit board suggests that Michio's death was not a suicide. When they continue to press the spirit board for the location of the Rite of Resurrection, a curse echo suddenly appears. Nice that the Luigi board gives us a succinct answer to both how did she die and how do I revive her. Yeah. Oh, I can look. I see. Hey, did you hear? Someone from our school committed suicide. What? Really? Who? I heard that. Michio from Class C, right? No way, Michio? She's been acting pretty strangely lately, but I still can't believe it. Oh. More people talking. Hear about suicides in the news, but for it to happen here? A little scary. By the way, isn't there a girl who transferred into Class C recently? Oh, I heard about her. She's gloomy. Doesn't stand out much. Did you know that the school said she was at the school, but oh, the school she was at also had a suicide. For real? That seems like kind of fishy. Did you know? I heard Michio's mom remarried last year. They say her new stepdad is a total jerk. Really? How so? He'd peek on her while she changes and couldn't keep his hands off her. Yikes. Even heard he's an ex-con. If she resists him, he gets violent. That's so scary. No way. I couldn't take that. I'd probably think about killing myself too if I had to deal with something like that at home. Did you hear about Michio in Class C? Yeah, she seems like the stereotypical honor student in her first year, but she stopped showing up to class and her grades started dropping after her 3rd semester. So she offed herself because her grades were bad? No fair. I was thinking about practice tests and makes me want to die too. All anyone cares about is test scores and grades. Oh.
Tonachi, there might be some of you who already know, but this wasn't the voice I was using for him. Fuck, what was it? A member of our class, Michio Shiraishi, passed away last night. Okay, calm down. I knew this comes as a surprise, but please keep quiet. Probably doesn't match what I was doing before, but whatever. The cause of death is still under investigation. There's nothing we know for certain at the moment. Detailed investigation reports will come from the police, so please don't go spreading any rumors, got it? We're sending everyone home for the day. No dilly-dally shilly-shally on your way. School will be off tomorrow as well. Hey, you stop celebrating. Show some respect. There will be a memorial service scheduled next week at the school assembly. If anyone wishes to pay the respects individually...
Yakko. Sorry to bug you. It's just, you seem a little different from your usual self. Hope I'm not being a nosy. Thanks, Mio. Was I acting that strangely? Yeah, enough to make me worry. If you want to talk, I'm happy to listen. Yeah, this is perfect timing. There's actually something I want to ask you. Yeah? Interesting set of questions here. Sorry, I'm just curious. Michio. I wonder why she had to die. She didn't leave a note or anything, but they announced that it was a suicide. That can't be right. She would never kill herself. She does the fucking... She does the same... the same lips thing that the other guy does. Michi was so happy. She always looked on the bright side of things. She loved coming to school. I know she was going through some hard times, but for her to kill herself? I never got a chance to speak with her. She was often absent from school, and when she did come in, she looked depressed. You're right. That's why everyone was so willing to accept that she committed suicide. I would hope that I would have handled the responsibility of resurrecting a classmate as well as these two do. Yeah, me too. They acted like they cared, but all they did was gossip about it. They put together little pieces of information and spread rumors like it's the truth. Isn't it terrible? Yes, it is. I've heard some that are really awful. In the end, the only reason they're able to say stuff like that is because they aren't personally involved. It's true she didn't get along with her new stepdad and that her grades went down. To say things like, how sad, no wonder she killed herself, how dare they? She always told me she was okay whenever I talked with her because I was worried. She would have told me if there was something bothering her so badly she'd kill herself over it. You know that spirit board thing that everyone's been doing? Where you summon a spirit and ask it whatever you want. Yeah, I know it. I want to try it out. There's something I want to know. Why are you telling me this? I mean, you seem like the type to know about this stuff. Oh, I do? Yeah, you look like you're really into that occult stuff. You got that kind of gloomy look, you rare fucking pentagram hairpin. I don't know how I should feel about that. But you know how to do it, right? Well, yes, I think I probably know a little more than most. Okay, please help me. You're my only hope. What to say about Michio? I won't let Michio's death be written off like this. Like, maybe she got caught up in something bad. Something bad? People have been talking about the body found in former Yasuda Gardens, right? Some are saying that this town is cursed or something. Yes, there has been a strange feeling around things recently. Okay, please help me. You're my only hope. Hey, Mio? You know about the Rite of Resurrection, right? Yeah. It's that thing Mr. Araishi apparently discovered and wrote an article about. Yeah, there's many people who don't know. He's always talking about it. Do you believe it's real? Huh? Well, it sounds a little too good to be true to me. But on the off chance that it really works, we could bring Michio back to life with it. I want to find it, if there's even the slightest chance of bringing Michio back. But how will you look for it? Right, that's the thing. The thing you want to ask, is it? Yeah, I want to know the truth behind Michio's death. And where the Rite of Resurrection is hidden. I see. I don't know if getting the answer to these questions will be as easy as you hope. Please! The teachers and police aren't any help! There's only so much I can do alone! If there's even the slightest chance, then... Well... Okay. If that'd make you feel better, then I'll help. Yes! Thank you, Mio! Okay then. Tomorrow after dark. So hashtag girl. Notes on Michio Shiraishi. Case notes regarding the suicide of Michio Shiraishi, Komagata High School Class 2C. Body discovered 1 week ago. Died from full body blunt force trauma in an alley off South Warigesui Street. Believed to have fallen from the roof of a nearby apartment complex. The deceased parents had recently remarried, and rumors among the students suggest physical abuse by her stepfather may constitute motive for suicide. Okay. Wait a second. This is part of the gameplay guide? Okay, whatever. Huh? Are you awake, Yakko? Yeah, what happened? You can't remember? Let's see. I used the spirit board and I suddenly heard something, like this weird voice. And then I passed out. Yeah, as far as I can tell, you aren't experiencing any negative effects. I think it was just a mild shock from how sudden it was. Was everything okay with the spirit? Yeah, it was almost bad, but I got it to leave. More importantly, what is that thing you have in your hand? Huh? In my hand? Whoa! What the heck is this? It looks so freaky. When did I get this? Oh, there's so much anger and hatred held within it. Looks a little like tools that were used for ancient curses. What? That's so scary! Yakko, you just said you heard a strange voice, right? Could you tell me what you heard? Anything you can recall. I think it might be connected to that object.
I'm quitting.
Let's see. It felt like it was at the bottom of a dark place. Then this voice felt like it was echoing in my mind. After that, it just kept shouting, "Kill them!" I see. Thank you. Yakko? I think you may have exactly what you need in order to use the Rite of Resurrection. A curse with the power to take people's lives and turn them into soul dregs. What? You mean this is a real curse? I know I said I wanted to use the Rite of Resurrection to bring back Michio, but why? Why me? It makes no sense. Yakko, please, calm down and listen. Honestly, I can't stay calm feels more like Yakko. I'm a little curious. Actually, this slot. I can't stay calm! How can I? I mean, you might be used to these kind of things, Mio, but I'm not. I didn't even really believe in the occult, much less think that the spirit board would actually work. And now after something like that, what choice do I have to believe? And not only that, a curse that can kill people? What am I supposed to do about that? I know, it's only natural to feel that way. Anyone would feel confused. But first, you need to calm down. Take a big, deep breath. Right. Yes, just like that. In moments like this, the more troubled your heart is, the more of its weaknesses are exposed. Exposed? Have you calmed down? Yeah. I'm sorry about panicking. Oh, it's okay. Fear is something we feel in the face of the unknown. Long ago, people would give names to phenomena they couldn't understand in order to live with them. Huh? However, modern-day developments in science and culture have pushed for the rejection of things that can't be measured. So the paranormal has been treated like it doesn't exist. They've been around since a long, long time ago. If you just understand, you can see that there's nothing to be afraid of. First, calming down is the most important. Accept reality for what it is. Huh? I only really gave this stuff a shot because it was popular, but you really do have a connection with this stuff, don't you? Well, I suppose to an extent. Hey, Mio, what do I do? Where do I start? Am I cursed? Am I gonna die? It's okay, I'll take care of the curse. That's why I'm here in the first place. Trust me. I'll take care of things. It'll be alright. Thanks. I was the one who dragged you along to do the spirit board. It's fine. I'm desperate to find a way to try and help your friend. But spirit boards are dangerous. You have to take them seriously. So I'm glad you invited me. Alright, let's review everything we've learned so far. Think of how to move forward. Okay. The mysterious voice at the cursed stone is called the Fool's Procession, right? Yeah, that's from the Seven Mysteries of Honjo, right? Our school is said to be connected with a story with the same name. One of the mysteries. Right, I don't think it's a coincidence. This is just a guess, but it's possible that you were chosen because it could feel your desire for the rite of resurrection. What is this curse? Am I cursed? Well, I've only looked into it a little, but I wouldn't quite say you're cursed. It's more like you've gained the ability to use the power of a curse. So, there shouldn't be any kind of negative paranormal effect on you. The power to use a curse? You mean the curse stone? Yes, if the curse stone is used under certain conditions, a curse will be placed on someone, taking their life and turning it into soul dregs. Soul dregs are said to be required to enact the rite of resurrection. Normally, a curse is a spell that would only be usable by onmyoji of considerable talent. I believe that curse stone makes it so that even normal people can use them. If this is a curse of the Seven Mysteries of Honjo, then it's possible that there are others who receive curses associated with the other mysteries. Yeah, a voice also said that there are other curse bearers or whatever you call them. Not only that, apparently you can get a lot of soul dregs by killing a curse bearer. Right, that's certainly not good. Even if we have no intention of killing others with the curse, there's a chance you may be targeted if other curse bearers find us. We'll have to avoid anyone who has another of the curses. That means we should avoid people at night as much as possible. So someone like me with no knowledge could curse someone? Yes, but it's still nothing to take lightly. you could end up having it redirected right at you. To tell you the truth, something unusual did happen while we were using the spirit board. It happened right around midnight, I think. This whole area seems to be under the effect of the Feast of Shadows. The Feast of Shadows? Yes, it's a type of spell that temporarily boosts the potency of the supernatural. It also has the effect of making the powers of certain curse echoes manifest more easily. Judging by its strength, I'd say it probably covers about a 3 to 4 kilometer radius. 3 to 4 kilometers? That's big enough to cover all of Sumida City! Yes, I think the Feast of Shadows was used to cause the resentment lingering in the area to manifest as the curse stones. Someone did this. But who? I don't know enough to say. But it's likely that it was done by someone who wanted to uncover the rite of resurrection. This isn't something to happen naturally. I see. Feast of Shadows, a technique that allows one to create a field that temporarily boosts spiritual energy. In addition to amplifying the spiritual power of a particular area, it can also be used to amplify the strength of grudges and desires tied to the area. The effectiveness of the Feast of Shadows is dependent on the abilities of the user, but it's possible to limit the scope and range of the spell to such a degree that one could use it to amplify the power of even those not naturally gifted with spirit sense. Okay. But Mio! Yes? If this curse is real, that means I could bring Michio if I used it, right? Did I miss back in there? Whatever. The rite of resurrection would be real too. Yes, that's true. But you can't do that, Yakko. But it feels like it's not the time to worry about that kind of stuff. If Michio died in an accident, then I'm sure she didn't want to die. What's the issue with putting a little curse on a complete stranger? I sort of feel like it wouldn't be a big deal. What's going on with you? You're not acting like yourself, Yakko. We'd never even consider taking the life of another person. Is it the curse's influence on you? Maybe the curse echo's grudge is rubbing off on you. I sort of feel like it's okay to do a bunch of curse murders. Like, I don't know these people. They're basically not real, right? Will you show me it for a second? Hmm? Is there something inside it? No, stop! Yakko? Oh, I'm sorry. But it's like they just suddenly really didn't want you to touch it. I understand. I'm sorry. But you need to give up on the rite of resurrection. What? Because that's the real curse. Using resurrection as a lure, it tempts curse bearers into using their curses. You have to resist it. Don't let yourself be deceived by some curse. But Michio could... I think for tonight, we should get you home to rest. I'll walk you. The curse's influence should subside in the morning. Okay. Sorry, but I'm telling you that you need to give up on the rite. It's beyond us. Even a single curse stone alone is too much to handle. Bringing back the dead isn't something so simple. I know how much it hurts, but please focus on just worrying about surviving tonight. Even now, we're in great danger. The Cursed Stone's powers can only be used in this area under the influence of the Feast of Shadows. The effects also only appear after the sun is set. By setting a limit on when they can be used, the curses are strengthened. So the cursors can't be used outside this area or during the day? Correct, but speaking of limits, to actually use a curse to kill someone, it seems there are conditions that need to be met. Conditions? You mean like how my curse echo needs someone to listen to the sound it makes for 30 seconds? To be honest, I don't really understand it. Like, how do we even summon the curse echo or make the sound? Do I just, like, will it? Do you mind if I try? Stop, 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 stop! You shouldn't be using curses so willy-nilly! Even if there are conditions that have to be met, the power to kill someone without leaving behind evidence is dangerous enough. In that sense, maybe you really have been cursed. I'm sorry that you got wrapped up in this situation even though I'm here with you. That curse stone. I think whoever holds it becomes a curse bearer. It would probably be best for me to hold on to it, but... I just want to kill so bad! Yeah, they both really want to try it out. Well, I mean, clearly the curse is speaking in their minds and being like, kill, kill, kill. And they're like, what if I try it? Just what if I try it a little bit? What if I just give it a little test? That'd be fine, right? It'd be normal, right? Then I feel bad about forcing it on you. No, I sense a powerful force rejecting me. I don't think I'd be able to take it. Really? Why? If we tried separating it from you, the curse may trigger. That's how bad I sense it wants to stay with you. No way! That curse stone might look like nothing more than an old Netsuke carving, but I can sense a powerful, resentful energy coming from it. I don't think it's a good idea for me to even touch it. I may seem like I know what I'm doing, but I don't know how to handle something this powerful. Really? This little thing? If you threw it away, someone with bad ideas picked it up. It could be bad. I think it would be safer to avoid the risk of getting anyone else involved and have you hold on to it for now. What if I cursed you just a little, though? Well, now I'm kind of freaked out. Anyway, we need to make it to daybreak. I think the curse should weaken once it's morning. I'll help you find a way to deal with it then. Okay, There are two things you should remember. First, do not fulfill the conditions while it's night. Second, should you happen to fulfill the conditions, don't use the curse. Right. Okay, let's get going then, shall we? We'll take the same route we took to get here. Right. I'll be fine, right? There's no one else at school, is there? I think so. The night shift janitor shouldn't be patrolling this late at night either. Oh. Ah! Huh? What? Why'd the lights go out? Meow? Are you okay? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hello? Meow? She's not here. What's happening? Where are you? Oh no. Spooky laughter. Just gonna... preemptively... So spooky and dark. I'm definitely gonna get jump scared. Definitely gonna jump scare me. Oh, it's so dark. Oh, it's so dark. Oh, there's nothing. It's nothing but darkness. That's a hand. That. Ah! Huh? Oh no, no, no! What was that? Get me out of here, Meow! Meow, Meow, where are you? Yakko, I'm here. Over here. Can you see me? Huh? Well, where? I can't see anything. Yeah, I mean, I also saw it coming and I still jolted a little bit. It really has been ruined. Here she is. There you are, Mio. This way, over here. Be careful, your field of vision is being limited. Right. Okay, onward. Or the adrenaline from this experience amplifies the feeling of love. Yeah. Hey, Mio? What was that just now? Could it be another curse echo different from mine? I think so, yes. It may have been discovered by another curse bearer. Oh. What's wrong? Shh. Someone's there, in that classroom. Are we not gonna discuss the scary thing I saw? Oh, red. Something moved inside. Well... We must check it out. We simply must. It might be the curse bearer who used that curse echo just now. We can see who it is. It might help us decide what to do later. I guess that was the curse echo, huh? That's true. Okay, be careful. Well, can you see anything? Try and get a look around. Gasp. Jonochi. And somebody else. Huh? Is that our homeroom teacher, Mr. Jonochi? And the person with him is Hitomi from Class A? What? Oh my, what is going on here? That bastard! He's at it again. I have to kill him. I won't let him get away with this! What? The curse! I can kill him with it! No, Yakko, you can't use the curse stone! What's gotten into you? Resist it! Who's there? Is someone there? This is bad. We have to go before they see us. Damn, Yakko's getting dark-sided. Let's see. Kohei is an English teacher and the homeroom teacher for Class 2C at Komagata High School. He was seen alone with Hitomi Okuda in a classroom late at night by Yakko and Mio. Kohei was an honor student and the top of his class back in his high school days. The apple of his parents' eyes, he was placed under immense pressure to attend a first-rate university. The family's plans came to naught, however, when the pressure caused Kohei to sink into a deep depression and fail his entrance exam. Even at the university he was able to enter, Kohei struggled to keep up with his classes, leaving him a vain but wounded young man. Kohei never aspired to be a teacher, but figured it was the least he could do with his talents. He considers his students to be beneath him, and largely looks down on them all. Awesome. Great guy. That's a pretty... honestly, that's very normal for the 80s. Yeah, and in the 80s, hair does come like this. Hitomi Okuda. Oh, she also has a cool 80s hairstyle. She's a rebellious student in Class 2A at Komagata High School. On the rare occasion when she does show up to school, she skips all her classes and spends her time hanging out on the rooftop with her fellow troublemakers. Hitomi is regarded by the teachers as one of the worst offenders among the delinquent students attending Komagata High School. Hitomi was a fairly ordinary student when she started high school. However, trouble at home in her first year had her take a turn for the worse. She began associating with a group of delinquents from other schools with whom she'd wander around town at night to avoid returning home. Warnings from teachers about dress code and conduct violations have fallen on deaf ears. Deaf ears, not deaf ears. With Hitomi going on reactionary rampages around school with her friends, breaking windows and disrupting classes. Recently, some teachers have taken to using harsher methods and even corporal punishment to correct Hitomi's behavior. This is only served to exacerbate the animosity between Hitomi and the school. No shit. Hitomi is widely regarded as the leader of the troublemakers at Kamigata High School, but the title does not mean much to her. She's a real Sukeban-looking girl, yeah. Yakko snapping to attention. Deaf ears? Killing? It seems like they're not coming after us. Let's hope they didn't see our faces. But Yakko, what came over you all of a sudden? Sorry, thanks for stopping me. It's like this uncontrollable rage suddenly welled up inside me. I wonder what's gotten into me. I can barely even remember what happened. I'm really sorry. I do think it's partly the curse's influence on you, but we certainly saw something shocking. My heart's still pounding. I'm a little surprised you know Hitomi from Class A. She tends to stand out a lot. Gotcha. Well, she certainly does dress like a delinquent. She barely shows up to school. But could Mr. Jonochi or Hitomi really be a curse bearer? Ah! Scary! I don't know, but we should be careful just in case. Yakko? When I give the signal, run. Go straight for the entrance. Don't look back no matter what. Huh? Why? Did something happen? Something happened, didn't it? What about you, Mio? I'll be fine. We'll meet up outside the school gates. If I'm not there in 10 minutes, go straight home, okay? Okay, go. Right! Don't look back, don't look back, don't look back! Yeah, she was gonna cast spells. I wanna see Mio cast spells. I have to get outside. Let's see. To get to the gates, I go by the gym and... Mio's very cool. What are you doing, miss? You shouldn't be here this late. Don't you know what time it is? Oh, Mr. Ashimiya. If it isn't little Yakko. Anyway, students aren't supposed to be outside playing around at night. The janitor, Makoto Ashimiya. As the janitor at Kamigata High School, his predecessor was nearing retirement, so he began working as his replacement about 6 months ago. Popular among the students for his friendly and caring nature, going as far as to remember the names and faces of all those attending the school, he is affectionately known as Old Man Ashimiya. Though he appears to be a simple and amiable man, Makoto's occasional shrewd remarks have led to speculation among the students that he may have led a far more interesting life than it seems. Whatever the truth may be, he will be remembered as one of the 7 mysteries of Kamigata High School for some time to come. Let me just see... I don't know. The head shape is so different. But they definitely seem to imply in Harue's story that he was indeed that guy. I know you're rough around the edges, but I didn't take you for one to act out like this. Just curious. I'm not acting out. What about you? Should you be smoking on school grounds? Well, it ain't lit, so it's alright. It's, you know, an accessory. Don't go changing the subject. You're just not letting my guard down with you. Why are you here so late? Well, the truth is, I forgot something in my classroom. Again? You sure are a piece of work. Huh? But you don't have nothing with you. Oh! Wait, you do.
What's that in your hand?
Huh? Well, this is what I forgot. I got it from my grandpa. It's really important to me.
Girls these days sure have weird tastes. Okay, better head straight home if you're done. Won't tell on you. Oh, wait. I can't let you walk home alone this late. Alright, wait just a little. I'll hurry and lock things up.
But... I'm worried about Mio. Actually, a friend of mine is still inside. I think they'll be here soon.
And so, who's your friend?
My classmate, Mio Kurosuzu.
The transfer student? Breaking school rules already, huh? Didn't take her for the type.
No, I was the one who dragged her here.
Oh, whatever. I'll go take... Fuck, I did it again. I'll go take a look. It'll be safer if you go home together.
Oh, right. She's in the first floor hallways. Careful, though. You don't know what may be there.
What is that supposed to mean? First floor, right? Yeah, I'll be right back.
Okay, well, now we're standing outside all alone. He's late. Been waiting for 20 or 30 minutes, but there's no sign of her. Starting to get worried. Yeah, this is... I think this is around when Shogo would have shown up, but kind of questionable whether or not he actually will. I'm gonna take a look. Who could say, really? Mio, are you there? Huh? Oh no. Have to pan up. Oh. 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 Mio, what happened? Where did I go wrong this time? It's my fault. It's all my fault. I left her alone with a curse bearer. Mio. I'm sorry. The truth is... Gasp! I see.
Dead.
My, Fire Mountain. You seem to have arrived at a less than favorable result. But this was bound to happen. There's someone who must not be trusted. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? If so, you may choose to withhold important information from that person. If not, you may try as many times as you like from the event in question.
Alright, okay. Can't trust the janitor because he's one of them guys. He's one of them guys. He does indeed have the curse echo that I thought he did. What was it again? Yeah, the one-sided read. At least I assume. Oh, it's under the, yeah, one-sided read. There we go. Yeah, he's definitely the guy who has that. Yeah, I like making bad decisions and seeing more things. I think it's awesome to make bad choices. Mio did tell us to go home alone. Ah, right. Mr. Shinochi was actually looking for you inside the main building.
Oh, was it? He's here right now? What's he thinking?
I don't know.
He was in class 3B on the second floor just a bit ago.
Well, I suppose that means I can't be locking up yet. Second floor, you said. I gotta take a peek. Be back in a jiff.
My house is really close by. I'll be fine on my own, really.
That's so? At the snack shop, right? Suppose you'll be fine then. Be careful now you're here. Stay on the big, well-lit streets. Something happens, shout fire.
Okay, you worry too much.
Well, we wouldn't want to be losing any more students. Though I imagine you'd know that better than anyone.
Yes, you're right.
Well, that's fine. He's just gonna kill Jinochi now. He does a good job of seeming sympathetic. Though I suppose that maybe it's really just the curse echo speaking in his brain or whatever.
He was late. Been waiting for 20 or 30 minutes, but there's no sign of her. Huh? Someone coming down the road. That's... Oh no, a teacher. It's Mr. Araishi.
This man.
Hideki is a historian who works part-time as a curator at the local folk museum and as a teacher at Komagata High School. His recent publication on the rite of resurrection has caused a stir in occult circles. Hideki is the quintessential obsessive researcher. Despite being entirely unsuited for teaching, he had no choice but to take up a position at Komagata High School in order to make ends meet. Great. While having a captive audience in his classes gives some way to satisfying his need for respect and recognition, his conceited nature makes him unpopular among the students. Lately, he is concerned that articles he contributed for purely monetary reasons have earned him a reputation as a researcher of the occult, but the surge of interest in the topic and the resulting volume of article requests he is receiving are undeniably tempting. I see. Okay, so he's not actually the occult guy. Cool. Hideki is a regular at the Kurokikyo Cafe on Hokusai Street, where he can be found outside his work hours writing essays and manuscripts. His published books include A Study of the Unknown and An Introduction to Bando History. Cool. Looks on edge. Whatever he's doing. Huh? A thing in Mr. Aishi's hand. Can't be. His hands are open. Okay. Whoa. Could that be a curse stone? Does having a curse stone let you, like, X-ray vision curse stones in other people's hands? Oh, this is bad. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? I don't think anything good can come from him seeing me. Wait, he's the one who discovered the rite of resurrection. It wouldn't be strange at all for him to have something to do with the curses. And could the curse echo from before have belonged to him? Shoot, did he notice me?
Oh, hello, Yakko. What are you doing here?
That was fast.
Did you not hear me? What are you doing here?
I'm waiting for someone.
In the middle of the night? I'm disappointed in you. Bad children who get into trouble at night need to be punished.
What are you doing here?
It's a special night tonight, did you know that?
A special night? Oh, because the feast is... Don't just say it, Yakko!
Oh!
Oh!
Well, you know a lot. Did you hear about it from someone?
No, it's just a rumor that's been going around.
No, there's no such rumor. It must be that transfer student. She has it, you know. You must as well. Take out what's in your pocket and show it to me.
But, it's... Stop it!
I knew it. I see it. You have one.
It's not... That Netsuke is of great historical importance to the area. But it's dangerous to speak here. Why don't you come with me? This is important. Uh-oh.
That hurts! Stop! You're hurting me, Mr. Araishi. Stop pulling me! Fire! There's a huge fire!
Stop that! Someone will come! Damn it, get over here!
Where am I? It's completely dark. What's the meaning of this, Mr. Araishi? My stomach, it hurts. Bleeding? Well, yeah, I kind of figured that's where this one was going. Let's see. Another dead end. Wow, Harue had like no, I can't think of anything that would have happened with her that could have like ended up with her dying during all of that. Yeah, it would be. This shall remain as incomplete. I see. All right, well, let's go back here. I'll go here, I guess. Okay. Puts me here again. Gotcha. I see. No, yeah, he still notices her. This might be a bad continue point. Let's say I forgot something, I guess. I came to get something I forgot at school.
This late at night? It couldn't wait until tomorrow?
No, it couldn't wait.
What'd you forget? Is that what's in your pocket? Take it out and show it to me.
Yeah, okay. We're locked in here. It's fine. Let's see. I guess school ground. I guess. So I guess I didn't try to kill Jonochi. I'm trying to think of like other choices that I've made. This school is lousy with occult killers, it's true. Because I've exhausted the options here with the ground, right? Like that I got out of this situation. So let's start from leaving classroom. Oh, This is from... No. It's fine, Kev. It's fine. I'll figure it out. Right. Scary. Now, this still puts me into contact with Ashimiya.
Huh? No sass today, huh? Unless you been in the wrong, did you?
Yes.
Guessing in your classroom, huh? You're a piece of work. No. Okay, yeah, we... okay. So I gotta go... all the way to the beginning? In that case? Oh, we could ignore this also. What if we keep going? Hell, we don't need to check it out, right? Let's hurry and get out of here. Maybe the person who used that curse echo may be in there. If we could just see who it is, it could help us later. Oh, okay. Never mind. Well, can you see anything? If there's anything... No? Okay. I have to go see them. It's time. I have to kill him. Hey! Die! Die, Mr. Shinochi! What's the sound? No, Yakko, stop! You'll kill Hitomi too! I have to do something. Huh? Hey, over there! Who's there? Have you seen? It didn't work! Run! Hurry! Okay. Well, it might be that I do need to move on to another one of the stories then. Because this is starting to feel like... it's all going back to the same stuff, unfortunately. Can't think of... Sorry, I'm just kind of like... I'm trying to make sure that there aren't any other choice points I didn't think about. Yeah, and then it puts me back here again, where Araishi will spot me. Yeah, I could yell help instead of fire, I suppose. We'll see. I'll give it a second. I'll give it a shot. really think someone will come this late even if you scream?
Ah! Yep. Yeah, okay, I think I need to move on to another one of the storylines then. It's just that I only have dead-end options at the moment. It's different from the suspend that we had to do. Yeah, it's time to meet the boys, I think. Alright. But before that, I need to get up for a second, alright? I'll be right back. And we will, we'll go hang out with the boys after that.
Stay tuned.
the bouncer.
You'll never meet any woman the likes of her.
Hi. I'm here. Sorry, I've been sitting down for a sec, but I was having a snack. So that if you saw my mouse move and stuff, that was why. You were able to do the dishes and brush your teeth. Wow, that's awesome. Alright, let's check out Du Bois. Crime scene investigation. What flavor of snack? It was just a little bread. That's all. I got a big loaf of very nice bread and I had some. That's all. Yeah, flavor is bread. Tetsuo Tsutsumi, Chief Inspector of the Metropolitan Police Department, First Investigative Division, is investigating the mysterious death of a fellow officer. He visits the scene of the incident at the former Yasuda Gardens with his subordinate, Junario. Let's go.
Hey, boss. Forensics is all done. The crime scene's clean. The other officers have all gone home. It's just us now. The park should be able to open back up tomorrow like nothing ever happened. I doubt it'll get many visitors after everything that's happened.
Yeah, I don't think those are the voices I did last time, but whatever. You'd be surprised. Lots of people love that kind of thing. I bet they'll be lining up to get in. The cold stuff is really popular right now. Did you not know that, boss?
Sounds stupid.
It's not exactly rooted in science, but if ghosts really did exist, we could just ask them who the perp is.
Somehow, I doubt it'd be that simple.
But you know, I've heard the high school girls are really into this spirit board thing these days. Supposedly you can call in spirits and talk to them by using a board with letters on it. Wouldn't that be something?
You can try it out yourself if you're so interested.
Hey, it's not a bad idea. Let's give it a go sometime, boss.
What now?
Stop messing around. You really think we're gonna solve this case by moving a coin across a scrap of paper? Sounds like you know all about it. We gotta be open-minded. What if that's how police work is gonna be from now on?
Don't make me laugh. Listen up, Harue. You can't go blaming the death of your buddy on something like the occult.
I don't care if it was a ghost or the occult or what. Whatever it was that did this. I'll get them. I promise you that.
Well, you get the right attitude, but we don't even know if this is a murder yet. Biases weaken our judgment. Get too fixated on one thing and you stop seeing everything else.
Aye, aye, boss. So, now that we've finished investigating the scene, let's review what we know.
Now? It's getting late. I figured we'd head straight home from here.
Come on, we gotta go over all the info we gathered. Great, Kev, thank you. And what better place to do that than here at the scene of the crime where we can soak up the atmosphere?
Soak up the atmosphere? The hell is there to soak up?
You must be really into this occult stuff if you get off on being in a place like this. Wait, you mean being somewhere like this doesn't get your blood pumping? No way.
No, don't turn this around on me. I'm not the weird one here. Cripes.
Fine. Let's get this over with. Aye, aye, boss.
Jun Harue, detective in the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department, 1st Investigative Division. His rank is sergeant. This is his first time leading a case. Like he's graduated from rookie to newbie. He looks put together on the outside, but acts like a kid most of the time. Honestly, the force could use more people like him.
Who act like children?
This is where the victim was found.
Well, it's clean now. It almost feels like nothing happened here at all. Once an incident like this has come to pass, there's no going back. Not that knowing that is any consolation. The former Yasuda Gardens here in Yokohama Ichome were originally built as part of a daimyo's estate back in the Edo period. The park became city property by a number of years ago, and underwent extension renovations. Did I say extension renovate? Whatever. Look, I'm gonna stumble over words sometimes. There's not a soul around at this time of night. Why, it doesn't even begin to describe it. This pond, they say it used to flow into the Sumida River. But the river became so polluted that they cut it off. See.
I got a bad feeling about this case. Might get us really wrong. I knew this would be a treacherous case from the moment we were dragged into it.
So early in the morning yesterday, a staff member found the victim collapsed here in the park. Called the police when they realized he was dead. There were no obvious external wounds,
The fact that he was a police officer and the evidence of a struggle means it's likely that this is a murder. The Sumida office sent it over to us since it involved the death of an officer. We were tasked with the investigation. What we need to do is figure out what happened and whether there was foul play involved. I think that about sums things up. The victim is Hajime Yoshimi of the Juvenile Division of the Sumida City Community Safety Bureau. 27 years old, single. He mostly dealt with cases involving juveniles and education. His rank was senior police officer. You know him well, didn't you? What was he like? Yeah, we were in the academy together. We still went out for drinks together every month or two. we got we got like a police sergeant with the pompadour. He could be a little rowdy, but he was like a big brother to us all. He was kind and cared about his friends.
Romantic.
Better or worse, he wasn't the uptight type of cop. The man always showed empathy. I heard he was popular with the locals for it.
Kevin, I'm really sorry that that's happening. It's in game, but also it doesn't look like a normal mouse. It's quite a bit bigger, and it's got a different shape. Unless your mouse cursor on your computer is shaped like this.
He treated each and every troubled kid he met with compassion. He had a great track record when it came to rehabilitation. Sounds like we lost a good one. Yeah, we did. We truly did. I know being a cop was dangerous. I knew something like this could happen, but it's never easy when it happens for real. I know the feeling. He didn't seem to care much about climbing the ranks, but he was at the top of our class. The only problem was that he took on so much. He had the most unfinished paperwork, too. I always felt we'd need an unusual guy like him to help us solve all our unusual cases.
Alright, Hajime Yoshimi is a police officer with the Sumida City Community Safety Bureau who's primarily responsible for juvenile and education cases. He held the rank of head patrol officer and entered the force at the same time as Junario. Hajime was found dead under mysterious circumstances at the former Yasuda Gardens early in the morning yesterday.
Once a rebellious gang member himself.
Oh, okay, that's why he's got the pompadour. I see.
Yoshimi turned his life around and used his own experiences to connect with troubled youth as a police officer. While his appearance and demeanor suggested a man who was rough around the edges, he was a passionate, loyal, and caring man at heart, looked up to as a big brother by his peers. Yoshimi achieved stellar results in his work with juvenile cases, but his consistently sloppy paperwork and less than formal attitude essentially doomed his career and had him writing formal apologies on the regular. He left behind a fiancée whom he had been dating since high school.
Jun said he was single. What? If you have a fiancé, you're not single. What?
Don't worry, you're plenty unusual yourself.
Me? I was the most normal of my classmates. Good pose.
Besides, there's a real weirdo among us quit the academy a long time ago.
It was one even weirder than you?
I would imagine that's Richter.
As for the cause of death, we won't know until the autopsy's done. From what we've seen, though, it'd appear to be some kind of acute heart failure. Since he had no record of chronic illness and no visible wounds, it's possible that poison or drugs could have been involved.
Dying in the middle of the park like that certainly seems suspicious.
He found signs of a struggle at the scene as well as footprints belonging to an unidentified individual. You got people trying to identify the prints. If we can find who they belong to, we might be able to figure this whole thing out.
I mean, their footprints, they're like, that's not exactly the most easy thing to match up to a person.
Yeah, wouldn't that be nice if that were the end of it? The only things Hajime had on him were his badge and his wallet in his pockets. So we can rule out a mugging. Well, there probably aren't many people who don't think to try mucking a cop as big as him.
Fuck, I did it again.
I also heard that Hajime got into a fair few fights in his younger days. He started judo once he became an officer and rose up the ranks quickly. Sounds like the perp would have had to have been pretty strong to take on Hajime.
I mean, again, we're looking at heart failure, so taking him on, not really in the question there.
But boss?
Yeah.
Is this case really important enough to assign to someone from the investigative division? I mean, a friend of mine died, so it's important to me, but
it's all up to the higher-ups. I'm sure they got their reasons.
boss, you know something, don't you?
It'll all become clear in time. Try not to worry about it too much.
Thinking about it, the only thing we know for sure is the identity of the victim. That means there must have been something special about him, right? Maybe he knew something he wasn't supposed to, some kind of secret or something. Isn't that right?
Pretty sharp sometimes, you know that? If you picked up on that, you should be able to put the rest together yourself.
Huh. Hajime was quite the bad boy in school, apparently. He ended up with the police a lot. He said the officer in charge was good to him, helping him get back on track. The reason he wanted to become a cop was to pay his kindness forward. Said it was the first time he ever took his studies seriously.
That's a good story. Love that kind of thing. Makes me want to have a drink in his honor.
Please don't make fun of my dead friend.
Hey, I said in his honor. You should aspire to become the kind of cop people miss when they die in the field.
You say that it's a sure thing I'll die. And besides, if I end up biting it, I'm sure you'll be the one who misses me most, boss. Oh, come on, don't be like that. You'll hurt morale.
Oh, I guess how much I'll miss you depends on how this investigation goes.
I can already see it. Ario, no! Why'd you have to go and get yourself killed?
I have no idea what's going on in that head of yours.
Yeah, that'll be a sight to see. I can't wait.
You can't wait for your own death. Get it together, kid. Sheesh, you really are something.
Thank you?
Yeah, we haven't talked about Tsutsumi himself.
But either way, I'm so glad you're back in the First Division, boss. I've always admired your work. You were like a god to me. You were the whole reason I became a detective in the first place.
Yeah, about that. People have been saying that ever since you first entered the academy, but...
Yes, that's because it's true. I couldn't believe you got transferred out of the first just as I was assigned to it. So getting to work a case like this now, as the two of us, it's like a dream come true.
Happy as I am to hear that, well, how should I put it?
What is it?
If that's true, I'm not sure you've been showing me the appropriate amount of respect.
But I do respect you. Don't tell me you're going senile, boss.
That's exactly what I'm talking about, when you run your mouth like that.
It's getting late. You must be sleepy. Don't worry, boss. I'll make sure we get out of here soon.
Yeah, I get it.
Time of death was about 11 p.m. 2 days ago, outside the park's operating hours, of course. His body was found early in the morning yesterday.
11 p.m. the day before yesterday.
What was Hajime doing out here at that time in the first place? That's the question, isn't it? The entrance to the park is closed after hours, but it's a small gate that'd be fairly easy for him to get through if he really wanted to. That would, of course, be breaking and entering, but What do you think, boss?
It's hard to imagine a cop like Hajime would trespass for no reason. Since it seems like someone else was here with him, could they have called him here?
Oh, that does seem likely. They must have been talking about something pretty oh, sorry, wrong guy.
They must have been talking about something pretty sensitive to come here in the middle of the night. Hajime met someone here to discuss something in secret.
And then they got into a fight?
Nah, it wouldn't match the cause of death. No wounds on the body that would indicate a spontaneous scuffle. The perp must have planned something.
And you think it was meditated? That would mean they called Hajime to the park with the intent to kill him.
Well, there is still the possibility that it was just some kind of accident. Maybe the perp tried to threaten Hajime and things went south from there. And we should be able to get a clearer picture once we know exactly what killed him.
Right. Well, it is our duty to get to the bottom of a suspicious death, especially one involving an officer.
What about the victim's family?
The Yoshimi family is from Kitasenju in Adachi City, but Hajime's parents died a long time ago. They lived there all alone, no siblings or anything. I went to his house a few times for drinks. I was surprised. This huge, old-looking place. Like, you know, the kind of place that seems super haunted.
And he lived there alone?
It looked like the home of an old noble family. It was hard to imagine him being such a delinquent living in a house like that.
There's that bias I was talking about. He's from an old family. I'm sure things were complicated.
That's a bias, too. I never thought about any of that, even when we were drunk, so I don't know much about it. Ah, one more thing.
Yeah?
Hajime was engaged. He'd been seeing his fiancée ever since they were in school, over 10 years. They just started talking about getting married. What was her name again? She showed me a picture once. She was a beautiful woman.
That's so... terrible for her. But she may know if there's been anything going on with him lately. We should speak to her.
Yeah, his fiancée may have been his only confidant. I'm sure someone at the Sumida Police Department has already contacted her. I'll look into it tomorrow. Hey boss, I looked into the case that Hajime was running.
Oh, great. That's the kind of stuff I want to know. What was Hajime working on the day he died?
Well, according to his report from the day before, he had 2 cases involving juveniles.
Uh-huh.
The first was the suicide of a high school girl who jumped off a building in Kamezawa last week. Okay.
Yeah, I did hear about that.
The girl's name was Michio Shiraishi. She was a second-year student at Komagata High School. But it seems as though Hajime had contact with her even before this incident.
Huh. So, she'd been troubled for some time.
That's the thing. About a month ago, he happened to see her walking around town. She looked upset, so he struck up a conversation with her. He was sure there was something bothering her, but she wouldn't tell him what.
Must have been trouble at home.
That's what he thought, too. Seems he visited her home and spoke to her parents, but they said there was no problem, so there was nothing else he could do. And now she's dead.
Huh. It's possible he could have prevented her suicide then.
He must have been devastated. That's why he was looking into this Michio Shiraishi again. He must have thought that something terrible had happened that drove her to end her life. But ultimately, he never reported the findings of his investigation.
I see. And you're thinking that it may have had something to do with his death. Well, we'll have to find out what it is Hajime discovered.
Right. Let's check with the Sumida Police Department about that tomorrow, too.
What was the other case he was working?
This one is also related to a Komagata High student. A troublemaker named Hitomi Okuda. He seems to be the leader of a group of kids who get up to no good. Wow, a lot of stuff that we picked up from Yakko's story here.
It's kind of funny. Yakko's story didn't really interact with like Harue's story or like implied anything here. But like the other stories are really both pointing at Yakko's story in an interesting way. I guess like Yakko's story points towards Harue's because of the what's his name? What was his name? The guy who was the janitor and was the killer in the old case. Fumichika, who is Ashimiya now, assumedly.
Juvenile delinquency. Fun. She was pretty bad for a while. Multiple charges of destruction of property, assault and battery, you name it. Hajime had been working with her for about 6 months, and she was finally starting to open up. Then, he met with the girl the day he died. Well, every school's got its problems. I'm sure he'd be worried about how she'd get on without him.
Yeah, they're all involved with Michio.
Right. Just when she'd finally found an adult she could trust. And she might act out without someone to help her get through this. We'll have to make sure the Sumida Community Safety Bureau does their job. But, we can't rule out the possibility that meeting with this delinquent girl had something to do with his death. Then we'll have to interview her, too. Yeah, you're right. She may have been the last person to see him alive, after all. I'll ask Sumida to introduce us tomorrow. Oh, who knows if they'll actually let us talk with her. That's what we hired you for. Lay a little boyish charm on them if they need convincing. Yeah. I'm sure they prefer me over a scary-looking old man like you, boss. Watch it. I'm still your superior. You had to act like you respect me at least. Oh, I thought I was. You were? Shit, is that just how your generation speaks? You really are a new breed. It's probably just me, actually. Well, don't think you can get away with that with other people.
He's always doing it. It's so funny.
So, anyways, boss, were you even listening? We got quite a bit to look in tomorrow.
Ario's a silly guy.
First, the two got a high school case that Hajime was handling. I need to speak with his fiancée as well. That's it for tomorrow.
Okay. Body found at former Yasuda Gardens. 2 days prior, 11 a.m. Acute heart failure, cause unknown. Signs of a struggle at the scene. No witnesses located. Body discovered by groundskeeper. Currently investigating fiancé of the deceased and 2 female students from Kamigata High School that the deceased had contact with as persons of interest. Okay.
I've been wowed by your shrewd detecting abilities all day today. Oh, really? Funny. I've been wowed by you too. On the topic of family, what's yours like, boss? The hell is wrong with you? Prying into my personal life all of a sudden? It's just, I never heard you talk about them or anything. Oh, are you single? Shut it.
Romantic.
It's none of your business. Well, ever since I joined the force, I've been thinking. An apartment really pressures young officers to get married. I wonder why that is. You don't say anything like that, though. How should I know? I kept the pressure myself and got married 20-some years ago. Huh? So then... God, you're relentless. She took our daughter and left 4 years ago. Thanks for reminding me. Oh, I'm sorry. I can't believe she'd give up a guy like you. Nah, I was never home much. Too focused on work. I come home late only to get called right back out again. Plus, being a cop is dangerous work. I don't blame her for getting fed up with it all. How sad. Especially when you're out here putting your life on the line. Oh, is that why you transferred out of the first? It was already too late by then. You'd better be careful, Ario. You say that, but there's not much I can do, is there? It's the nature of our job. There aren't many who can really understand it, not unless they're involved with police work themselves or related to someone who is. But wait, you have a daughter, boss?
You really think I want to talk about her after all that? Have some sense.
Come on, I promise I don't mean this the way it sounds, but how old is she?
Jeez, you don't know when to quit, do you? At least try not to look so intrigued. She's a bit rough around the edges. I think most men are intimidated by her. Last I heard, she's living by herself and going to college.
Wow, a college student. Men love an educated lady.
Stop that! What kind of cop are you making baseless assumptions like that?
And she's living on her own though, huh? You must worry about her.
Worry? I don't even know where she lives.
Oh, so she hasn't told you. Probably because she knows you'd follow her around everywhere.
I would not. I don't think.
Come on now, we both know that's not true.
Listen here.
You may look like a mean old man, but you sure have a soft side.
What? It's supposed to be a compliment? I can't keep up with you. We're done talking about this.
Sorry, I'm just curious. Nah. Curious, just curious. Yeah, it doesn't look like any of the characters that we know of already would match up to being his daughter. Hey, Kev, thanks for gifting us up to Monty.
Oh, that reminds me. If you got married 20 years ago, it must have been right around the Nejima murder.
You know your history. Yeah, it happened a year or two after a wedding.
You were the one who arrested the killer, weren't you? We studied that case at the academy. I was only in elementary school at the time, but I still remember people talking about some dangerous criminal getting arrested.
Oh, that was just, cracking the case, finding the guy. It was all just happenstance. I'd really rather not think about it. It was a disturbing case. Did it not make your skin crawl when you learned about it at the academy?
It did. We were all terrified.
That's about right. No one could believe that such a mild-mannered man could have committed such a terrible murder. If we'd overlooked one little thing, we may never have caught him at all.
I think I remember hearing that there was only one charge brought against him in the end.
That's right. We didn't have the evidence. I knew there was no way such a meticulously planned crime could have been there first, but it may have stuck Fumichika Nejima in a cell, but it was no victory. He always had the upper hand. We put him in a shell, too. All the damage he did to everyone involved, especially the victim's classmates. It's already been 20 years, huh? God damn it, this is why I try not to think about it.
I'm sorry. So all this occult stuff, you heard about it, boss?
What are you talking about?
It's right, a resurrection thing that everybody's talking about.
No, not you too. Been hearing about that shit everywhere.
Oh, you have? That's surprising.
Who cares what people are talking about? It's got nothing to do with their job.
But don't you think the occult stuff with this case feels, I don't know, realer somehow? The whole thing started right here in Honjo and Sumida City, so I thought that maybe...
Cut it out. Nothing good can come of getting involved with that right or whatever, or that record of fate.
Sounds like you know all about it. Boss, are you secretly into the occult? Stop that. Seriously, this isn't a joke. I get why you'd be intrigued by something called the Rite of Resurrection after a buddy of yours died, but bringing the dead back to life, that's the stuff of fantasy. It's not real. So don't go hoping for miracles, got it?
Well, boss, I think that about does it.
Right. Let's call it for tonight. I'll see you tomorrow. Oh god, what is that?
Huh?
Boss, what's wrong? Don't tell me you're going senile. Damn it. It was that case all along.
Boss? What is it? Is there something over there?
Such deep sorrow. Resentful memories flowing into my mind.
Kill them. Kill them. Those who spread lies. Kill them all. Who've acquired the power of the Curse Stone, the Evergreen Beach. You can use it to kill those who intentionally try to mislead you. Yeah, this one's interesting. This is actually just... Okay, admittedly true, yeah. Alright, yeah, so this is the one that I've been obsessed with because this is not an occult mystery. This isn't anything, it's just... There was a tree. Kills by hanging one who tries to mislead the curse bearer with false statements. He deceived us with his so-called Rite of Resurrection. The man who tricked the people with his false dark art swings from a rope. They'd thought the man had escaped the previous night, but oddly enough, he was found hanging in the garden of the daimyo's mansion that morning. The man, a local named Jinkichi, was known for his kind temperament and skill in crafting Netscape clasps. While his life wasn't always easy, he was optimistic, the type to smile through whatever life threw at him. He was the kind of man who would take care of those who didn't have anyone else to rely on. The prosperity that the ukiyo-e boom brought must have been what fanned the flames of his greed. Crafting Netscape clasps, yeah.
Stop lying about the fucking tree. It's not magic, and you know it.
The old craftsman was found in a miserable state, as if sentenced to some cruel fate. Perhaps he'd ended his own life, unable to bear the weight of his crime, but dead men tell no tales, and the people thought of him as a bad man, even in death. He hung there for days till his neck stretched horrifically, a visage of pain still etched on his face. It was clear he must have struggled greatly as he died, his flesh marked with dark scars where the rope wrapped around his whole body. The beech tree's leaves do not fall, and neither did the man's body hanging from it, as the mansion's owner was not at home. Another unfortunate event. The people held their tongues, fearing divine punishment, but the rumors persisted nonetheless. Right. A fun one.
A murderous impulse seeps into my soul like thick black tar.
Kill. Can you hear it, Cursebearer? You who so strongly desires the right... I mean, does he? Kill them. Boss! Boss! Boss, what's the matter? Don't tell me you really went senile.
Sorry. I'm fine. Ariel.
Yes?
I have some bad news.
Oh no, your senility is kicking in, isn't it?
No. We got a bit of trouble in our hands. Looks like we'll be working some overtime. We're not going home tonight.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, never mentioned anybody that he would want to resurrect. Tsutsumi and Jun are sorting through the facts at the scene of Officer Hajime Yoshimi's mysterious death. Tsutsumi denies the existence of the Rite of Resurrection until the curse echo of the Evergreen Beach appears before them. Hey, Genie Problem. How you doing?
Okay, so let me get this straight, boss. The Rite of Resurrection really exists? And to use it, you have to kill people using the power of curses from the Seven Mysteries of Honjo? And the curse you have is from the story of the Evergreen Beach that's told in this area? Is that right? Yeah, pretty much. You're quick on the uptake. You weren't your usual silly self when you were explaining, so I knew you were telling the truth. I am never silly. The only thing I have trouble believing is that you're taking this occult stuff seriously now. I mean, talk about paranormal. I thought you didn't believe in any of that. It's not that I don't believe in it. My familiarity with it is why I've tried not to get too close. Are you just being a sore loser? Not used to admitting you were wrong? Talk about Paranormasight! Shut up and listen to me. No point in trying to hide things anymore. We won't get anywhere if you don't understand this, so listen up. Please, just listen. You don't have to keep saying it, I'm listening. We don't have time to waste. We'll talk as we walk. Hey, wait for me, boss!
Oh boy, cool cop music. Here we go. It's a pretty good one.
Sorry, I just want to double check one thing. You're telling the truth, right? This isn't a side effect of your senility. It's the truth. Not like I can prove it, though. Revealing the existence of a secret department is against the rules, even to a fellow cop. But this is an emergency. I need his help. I'll tell him. He's not stupid, but he sure can be slow sometimes. I think that positivity of his may come in handy at some point. I'm sure you already know this, but this is all top secret. No sharing it with anyone. Right, you can trust me not to. But, no, I just can't believe it. I'd heard rumors that you used to be a member of a secret division attached to the Security Bureau. I can't believe we actually have a department called Paranormal Affairs. Yeah, I'm sure it comes as a shock. I couldn't believe it myself. I thought the higher-ups were messing with me. Really had me worried for a while there. No, this is incredible! That's the whole reason I became a cop. I was always fascinated by secret agencies and stuff. I wanted to be a paranormal investigator. Are you serious? But thinking about it, totally makes sense. If curses and spirits really do exist, then of course we'd need a special department to protect citizens from them. You seem to be a bit too eager to believe all this. Hang on. I thought you joined up because of me. Hey, come on, boss. Do you only have one favorite food? You can like more than one thing. Yeah, whatever. In any case, the official stance is that the supernatural doesn't exist, so Paranormal Affairs operates in secret. Still not sure why they stuck me there. Those 4 years, I worked nothing but cases. Oh, hey, Jump Drive!
Da-da-da!
Hey, how you doing? What's up, everybody? What were you up to tonight? We're playing Paranormasight, the Seven Mysteries of Honjo. This is an adventure game, extremely narrative focused. It is very spooky. and it's very cool. I'm really, really, really enjoying it. I love shit like this. Right now we're in the middle of a story about these two cops who, one of which has been given a paranormal power.
It's 4 years. I worked nothing but cases involving the supernatural.
The Paranormal Affairs Bureau. Although officially called the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department, Security Division, Special Security Unit, Paranormal Affairs Bureau, it is more commonly referred to as simply the Paranormal Affairs. Oh wow, City of Heroes, that's right. They just like, there was just a new like private server or something, right? It's like, it's playable again now, right? Only a handful of people know of its existence, even within the police force. As the name suggests, it specializes in the investigation and resolution of cases involving paranormal phenomena. Since the existence of the paranormal phenomena is not public knowledge, nor is it readily believed by the general population, the Bureau's activities are conducted in the utmost secrecy. Currently, there are only 5 members, including the chief. The Bureau has a network of psychic contacts across the country in sister cases, including Miyokuro Suzu. Awesome. Awesome. Oh, the private server has an official license. That's awesome. That's so cool. The Bureau undertakes investigations into any suspicious stories that cross their desk, though the vast majority turn out to be hoaxes. Due to the sheer volume of cases, close-lipped, experienced detectives without paranormal abilities of their own, such as Tetsuo Tsutsumi, are sometimes assigned to investigate. The current chief of Paranormal Affairs is a man named Kuiru Nakagochi. Kuiru? Interesting. He was born to a family of psychics. I have to say it, this guy's name is Queer Nakagoshi. He was born to a family of psychics who have been involved in keeping the world safe from paranormal phenomena for generations, and has served as Miyokuro Suzu's mentor since discovering her. Queeru is an elusive feature. Very few have met him in person. He's rarely seen in the office. It is said that this is because he's often been the target of curses. However, some theorize that it is in fact because Queeru is not actually of flesh and blood at all. Cool. His seat in this office is usually occupied by a Nue, a legendary creature found in Japanese folklore. The Nue resembles an ordinary white thrush and acts as Queeru's messenger, leading to bizarre scenes of police officers earnestly reporting their findings to a bird. The term Nakagoshi case serves as a code name used to refer to cases under investigation by Paranormal Affairs. Awesome, that's so cool. Oh, we've got more info about Jun and Tetsuo now, I guess. This game is great, yeah. Anything here that's not new to us? Jun encountered Kurseko while investigating the mysterious death of his colleague Hajime Yoshimi in the former Yasuda Gardens with Tetsuo Tsutsumi. When Tetsuo explained to him that the supernatural is real, he accepted this fact without a moment's hesitation and vowed to help his partner solve the case. No Kurseko. Born to a relatively well-off household, Jun developed a healthy sense of self-esteem and an optimistic outlook on life. Although watching action movies and detective series as a child instilled in him a desire to help those in need, it was the sight of Tetsuo Tsutsumi, who was in charge of investigating a case Jun was involved in as a student, that truly inspired him to become a police officer. While Jun still maintains a strong respect for Tetsuo, he also gets much enjoyment out of making casual cracks that get a rise out of the veteran officer. As an adult, Jun continues to hold on to the faint hope that the world is as he pictured it in his youth, a thrilling place in which superhuman heroes do battle against secret evil organizations. He attended the police academy with Richter Kai, who is now a private investigator. The two initially became friendly when June found Richter holed up alone in the reference room, scouring over old crime data, and invited him to go bowling, a popular pastime during this era. Cool. All right. He was possessed by the Evergreen Beach Kurseko while investigating the former Yasuda Gardens. Previously a member of the Secret Paranormal Affairs Bureau within the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department Security Division, he makes use of this experience to investigate the ongoing large-scale curse incident with his partner June Ario. Bowling was the style at the time, yes. Rather than sitting behind a desk, Chief Inspector Tsutsumi always worked in the field as he moved his way up in the police force. Behind his stern face lies a compassionate man ever prepared to help his fellow officers. That same attentiveness to his work and colleagues, however, cost Tetsuo his marriage several years ago. Tetsuo has a penchant for candy and desserts, which he tries, but fails, to conceal from the other officers at the risks of appearing soft. He delights in buying local sweets wherever he is sent to investigate a case, and would often volunteer to be dispatched to distant locations to acquire them while he was with the Paranormal Affairs Bureau. Awesome. He was also surprisingly knowledgeable about current trends, a trait he puts down to investigation-related research, but which is actually spurred by his wish to have something to discuss with his daughter. Aww. Oh, okay. It's the same. So, do you have it?
Have what?
Spirit sense, of course. Are you what they call spiritually gifted?
No, I never felt anything at all. Even if I did, I'd be a lightweight at best. One beer and I'm down for the count.
Oh, huh. Is that how people in the field quantify someone's spirit sense? Like how much liquor they can handle?
No, that's just me. Thought it'd help to get the point across.
Are we sure he's not Yoko's dad? Huh. It doesn't really mention anything about her family here. But it feels odd that they would both use the same goofball spirit sort of thing, right? Oh yeah, the presentation in this is really cool. It's very rare to see like a visual novel adventure type game that like really like arranges the character sprites in a way like this. It's very cool. Detective Grimoire. Yeah, did you ever play Tangle Tower? I really like that. That was the sequel to Detective Grimoire. There's gonna be another one of those soon, which I'm looking forward to.
Oh, huh. Sorry, seems like I keep disappointing you.
No, it's not your fault, boss.
At the risk of disappointing you yet again, I'll tell you one more thing. Spirit sense is usually something you're born with. It's tough to develop it later on.
What? So there's no hope for me? No, say it isn't so.
Of course you were interested. Well, you never know. You may have some hidden potential. You know, there's a high schooler who's got so much spirit sense that she works on the front lines. I say work, but she wasn't paid because it was supposedly part of her training.
Yikes. That seems like it'd be in violation of Article 69 of the Labor Standards Act.
Wow, you really know the law. No comment.
Wait, was it the same people who made sniffer clips? That's so wild, I didn't know that.
Even the occult field has workers' rights issues, huh?
So, what do we do now? We got this rite of resurrection and the curse echoes of the Seven Mysteries of Honjo.
The curse is being spread out around the city is a bit of an emergency.
It's that bad?
I'll put it this way.
It's like handing out guns all over town.
Jeez, that's real bad.
It is. So, we need to find the source and put a stop to it before something terrible happens. Usually that'd be a job for paranormal affairs, but I talked to them on our way here. The main team is tied up till tomorrow night. So they told me to deal with it myself. Said it's fine since I have some experience.
Huh, what? Then the overtime you mentioned means...
Yeah, you're gonna help me, partner.
Alright, let's do this!
You seem a bit too eager to dive into all this. You really have no reservations working a case you know nothing about?
You said this is an emergency. I didn't think we had a choice. I'm just trying to be logical about it, boss.
You really are something. Might actually be nice having you around.
Why, thank you.
So what exactly do we do? If curses are connected to the Seven Mysteries, then the people who have the others should all be here in town.
Right, if there's 7 of them, that means there are 6 more out there.
We have to stop them all before they kill anyone with their curses.
Oh, these guys don't realize that there are actually more than 7.
I see. If we can, we should find and collect all the curse stones.
But boss, from what you said earlier, killing a curse bearer gets you closer to completing the rite of resurrection. Won't your life be in danger if they find out you're a curse bearer?
Pretty much.
We can't let that happen. Should you even be out here right now?
Hiding would only be a waste of time. And the mystery of the one-sided reed is associated with Ryogoku Bridge. I was hoping we'd be quick enough to run into the one-sided reed's curse bearer. Oh, such luck it seems. Well, if nothing else, maybe word will spread that the cops are on the lookout and people will behave.
That's putting a lot of trust in whoever these other people are.
But it's possible that other curse bearers with the same idea will come here. Talk to anyone you see who seems suspicious.
That means somebody may have the power of a curse. Understood, in that case. Oh, why don't I ask that guy who's been watching us this whole time?
How do you know? There is someone there. Good luck.
Hey, you there! Sorry to bother you. Got some questions. I'm with the police. Oh, this motherfucker. Thanks for your cooperation. We'll be asking you a few things, Mr. Yutaru Namigaki. That's your name, right? Yes, I don't mind answering your questions. You're a detective. Did something happen? If I had looked to the little to the left, I could have also seen that. Oh, for some reason, I thought there was no panorama on that screen. Right. Lots of things have been happening around here. Like people dying. Oh, I did have panorama. Funny.
So, what to make of this guy?
Okay, that's all, huh?
As for a normal case, I'd be fine letting him take the reins. But curses are involved here. I should take over.
Boss, let's talk to this guy.
The man identifies himself as Yutaro Namigaki, a 21-year-old college student who is watching us so calmly. We need to be careful with this guy. So, what is it you were doing here?
It must be the incident at the former Yasuda Gardens. The dead policeman? I can't imagine a detective would come all the way out here otherwise.
Huh?
Say, Mr. Detective, have you ever heard of the Evergreen Beach?
How about you answer my question first? What were you doing here?
I was answering your question. I came here to look for the Evergreen Beach from the Seven Mysteries of Honjo. Actually, I was wondering if either of you knew anything about it.
If it's the Evergreen Beach you're after, you'd be better off looking around the former Yasuda Gardens than here.
Oh, you know a lot about this. But that's what I thought. Detectives, you have the cursed stone of the Evergreen Beach, don't you? You? How did you know?
Ario, you idiot! Well, that was much easier than expected. Ah, crap, sorry. It was simple inference. I figured you would have taken the curse if you were just in the gardens.
If you know that, then you must be a curse bearer yourself.
I have no intentions of hiding anything. I plan to tell you from the start.
He's so INTJ. He's so proud of being INTJ.
Look. This is my curse stone. I believe it's called the Foot Washing Mansion.
That's right. You sure about this?
I'm not so rash that I'd kill someone as soon as I found out they were a curse bearer. Not without talking to them first.
Wait, let me just double check. Yeah, okay, voice volume's still off.
You're the same, aren't you, detectives? You wouldn't use a curse on a normal person. Let's speak as equals, shall we? Boss?
Sure. I'd rather resolve this amicably too.
Interesting. So, obviously he's lying about that.
But before we talk, there's something I should tell you. This is my curse stone. The Evergreen Beach. Just like I thought.
What? Boss, why would you tell him?
As for how the curse works,
Boss, are you having another senior moment? If you tell him that...
it hangs to death anyone who would try to mislead me. So if you try to lie to me, the curse stone will let me know. I don't have to use it to tell. Understand?
Whoa, really? That's super useful.
I see. Understood. That's a pretty useful power for a detective.
Now then, let's talk.
Damn. Seems I've lost the upper hand. No point for petty tricks then.
I'll be honest with you. Motherfucker immediately starts lying.
So far, so good. He really is a curse bearer.
He may only be talking with us to try and activate his curse.
I'd be worried of anything he asked me to do. I could tackle him and pin him to the ground, but that might have something to do with his curse. Any slip of the tongue could get us killed. I have to try and discern what activates his curse. So what do I do?
Don't worry about it, dude. He can't curse us.
There's someone I want to bring back, so I'd like your assistance in collecting soul dregs.
Interesting.
Can't help you.
Please. All you'd have to do is tell me who the other curse bearers are.
Sorry, but as a police officer, I can't just look the other way and let you go.
Please, if you help me, I'll let you two go as well.
Is that a threat?
No.
This is so fucking funny. Everything he says, but also just, is that a threat? No. Use curse. He sucks so bad.
It's your final warning.
My curse, the Foot Washing Mansion. Did you really think you could escape it just by being careful? It didn't matter to me which of you was the curse bearer. I'll be taking both of your soul dregs anyway. Wait, Namigaki! The Foot Washing Mansion is a powerful curse, and so simple to activate. It's ready whenever I need it. There's no escape from the voice of my feet.
Okay, great line.
Ario, get out of here. Hurry, I'll find you later.
What? Okay. Okay, good.
Too late. Hear the voice of my curse echo. The voice of his curse echo.
Huh?
What? Why isn't my curse echo working? Impossible! This has never happened! What's happening? I don't hear anything.
Yeah, I really, really love, like, what a piece of shit and, like, how high and mighty this guy is for having the curse that sucks ass and is terrible and is ruined by something so simple that he will never understand because he is in the video game.
Ario, now, grab him.
Right.
Namagaki, get down.
Ugh, damn it!
Boss, here, his curse stone. Good work. Give it to me.
Cool.
Damn it! Why? You think boss should we lock him up? I haven't even touched you! You can't consider that assault of a police officer. Let him go. All we need is a stone. How could this happen? My right of resurrection! Give it up. The right was too good to be true from the start. I don't know what happened to you, but you'd be better off mourning whoever you lost the right way. Now get out of here. Damn it! Whew. That was a close one, huh, boss? We'd probably be dead if he had activated his curse. Yeah. Not sure what, but something stopped his curse from... Ugh. Boss, you okay? Having another curse stone hurt? Yeah. The curse from this one's flowing into me too. Oh no! I saw it activates the curse of the foot washing mansion. And the resentful memories bound to it. I see. I always thought this was one of the stranger of the Seven Mysteries. Now I know why. It sure is something. What did you see? Let's save that for later. All you need to know for now is that it's a particularly powerful curse. We were lucky we took it from him quickly. Ooh.
Alright. Kills by crushing one who hears the command wash. She was an accomplished onmyoji. Alas, she did not use her talents for the good of the world or the people, but for her own selfish pursuit of beauty. After a fierce battle, the woman dragged herself through the streets. It was like something had gnawed away at her body. Will I die? I've already obtained what I needed, as long as I have this. Suddenly, a terrible realization dawned on her. Her legs wouldn't move. She fell to the ground. What was happening? Surprised, she looked down. Her foot, once so beautiful and delicate, had grown ulcerated and rotten. He got her. She was on the verge of death and covered in filth to boot. Crawling to a nearby house, her breath caught in her throat. The curious residents opened up but recoiled from what they saw. My foot is so filthy. Someone, please, quickly. The woman expired while mumbling something unintelligible, and so ended the life of a woman consumed by evil. Okay. These days, the gamers would be lining up. That's right. You're telling me she's a curse echo and she's only feet? Well, that makes one stone. Where do we go now? We'll visit all the places associated with the mysteries while it's still dark out. You mean we have to do that all over again? Hope they aren't all as aggressive as him, but people will do crazy things to bring back someone they love. It seems that the hatred the curse stones are imbued with makes people more willing to kill. Really? Then what about you, boss? I'm fine. May not have any spirit sense, but I'm tough when it comes to this stuff. That's why they love me in paranormal affairs. So you are spiritually gifted after all.
Alright, let's head to the next place. It's a little bit of Endless 9, yeah. Alright, onward. The park. Tsutsumi and Harue decide to collect the curse stones as soon as possible before they become the cause of an unprecedented tragedy. The two obtain the foot-washing mansion from Yutaro Namigaki and head to their next destination. Yeah, it's got a Shadow the Hedgehog timeline. It's not really a Shadow the Hedgehog timeline. It's... because it's, we just opened it, so it's fine. It's different characters. You already completed this guy's story. That's the prologue chapter. And we're in the middle of Harue and Yakko's stories. We, unfortunately, cannot continue either of them at the moment. So we're here with the boys. The boys are pretty good so far, yeah. But everybody's been really good, except Shogo. Shogo's really whatever. Excuse me, sorry to bother you, but we have some questions for you. Ah, here he is. What? Are you with the police? I haven't done anything. Don't worry, this isn't an interrogation or anything. We just want to talk. You're Hideki Arashi, right? The historian? I know who you are, so this won't take long. But since we saw you here, we just like to ask you a couple questions. Well, let's get it over with. I'm a busy man. Hideki Arashi. He says he's a local historian, but supposedly he knows more about the Rite of Resurrection than anybody. The fact that he's here this time of night, it's plenty possible he's a curse bearer. From appearances, it's hard to imagine this small, bookish, well-spoken man being very dangerous. But in this day and age, you never know. I should be careful. Questioning people like this can put unnecessary stress on them depending on their position. This guy's pretty sharp. I like to play it safe. Only push him when I see an opening. Boss, let's ask Hideki some questions. Oh, right. I already did this. Now, Mr. Araishi, what were you doing here this time of night? Doing research, of course. Day or night, information never sleeps. It's an admirable philosophy, and your research has been quite the talk around town. What was it they were saying? You discovered something about some book? Right, you found some kind of ritual in the Record of Fates. What? Don't tell me you want to know how to carry out the Rite of Resurrection too. To be perfectly honest, I'm tired of people asking me about it all the time. None of you can even care about the local history. You just come crawling out of the woodwork when something interesting comes up. Looks like I hit a nerve. If you think you can force me to tell you because you're policemen, you're sorely mistaken. Nothing really to pan and see, it seems. This Record of Fates. Where did you get your hands on it? The storehouse of an old private residence in the city, just as the public was told. I'm unable to be more precise due to an agreement with my informant. Are you doing all this research so you can use the Rite of Resurrection yourself? You're a policeman. Do you really think that people can be brought back to life? Everyone I meet, pitiful. Huh? So you don't believe in the Rite? Whether it's real or not has nothing to do with my research. Those things are better left to the occult freaks. So I thought. Things change. It has become necessary for me to pursue the Rite. So now I pray that it is real.
Okay, just say this to the cops, I guess?
What changed? I'm sure you can imagine. The funds for my research. I receive a large amount of funding for seeking the right of resurrection. If I find it, I'll receive a sum so great that I'll never have to worry about money again. Uh-huh. And that means someone is sponsoring your research, is that right? So what if they are? You have no idea how hard we work to secure funding for our research. I have no interest in teaching those children. Listen to me. I'll tell you one thing. Those experts you see writing provocative books or spouting nonsense on TV to try to get popular, all of them are just trying to get the money they need to do their research. With how popular the occult is, saying something even remotely spooky can lead to big money. What? But I bought your book! The pursuit of the unknown begins, first and foremost, with belief. I was so inspired by that bit. I do appreciate your patronage. Unfortunately, however, the occult is not my true interest. The fate of the unknown is to be destroyed by thorough research and deep consideration. No way! I can't believe it! You're surprisingly innocent. Now, what kind of research do you want to be doing? Huh, I'm sure it wouldn't interest you, but to put it simply, the focus of my research is how historical accounts transform into folklore over the years as they are passed down from generation to generation. What does that mean? Due to human bias, the account of any event is inevitably changed by the person communicating it. This is not necessarily done with ill intentions. It happens when someone tries to fill in the gaps in a story that lacks detail, or when something's left out or abridged because of the story's length, or when a story twists and shifts as it's spread through oral tradition. Even when two stories are told about the same event, differences in culture or environment affect how it's told, changing its content. Silly little things can turn into terribly mysterious legends. My research is the study of how history, culture, and legend all influence each other. I see. Take the Seven Mysteries of Honjo, for example. Why are some of the mysteries seemingly about nothing particularly interesting? Like that fucking tree! The one that's just a regular tree? You think stories wouldn't last a decade, let alone hundreds of years. So why? Perhaps putting it that way piques your interest. I admit I am curious. So that's what you've been researching all this time. Makes sense. As I said, it doesn't matter to me whether the right exists or not. If people in the Edo period believed that was what was written in the record of fates, if people in the Edo period believed that what was written in the record of fates was real, that's all I'm interested in. But I have to be realistic. The research I'd like to do is unfortunately not very lucrative. That's why I need to take some risks. Was the research you were doing just now also related to the rite of resurrection? Well, yes, that's right. What exactly were you looking for? I have no reason to tell you that. You wouldn't understand anyway. Well, in that case, I think I might have a guess as to what it is you were looking for. Hi, Molly Mouseworth. We smooch any ghosts yet? This isn't really ghost smooching, sadly. Huh. What? Damn it! If you know about that, then... Calm down. No need to get so defensive. You know what? Why don't we show him? We both want information, right? Why don't we have a nice friendly chat? A curse stone. You are a curse bearer. Belief. Is it the Evergreen Beach then? Yep. Will you show me yours? This is mine. The ever-burning lantern. Interesting.
I don't really... I showed you my curse, now answer me. Huh. So we did reveal our curse details to, Namigaki before. I wonder if this would reasonably threaten him, you know? Because I don't want to... I'm trying to do no murder right now. Yeah, you know what? Let's just be open about it. Actually, let's save.
I'll tell you this for free. The Evergreen Beach comes from a man who was hanged for spreading false rumors. But the accusations against him were unfounded, and he died cursing those who deceived him. Ah, so that is the resentful memory held within the Evergreen Beach. The memories of the Seven Mysteries are truly fascinating. If only I could collect them all. Do whatever you want, but you should know something. This stone of mine lets me curse anyone who tries to mislead me. What? But... So don't try and lie to me. Oh no. You would curse a citizen, and you call yourself an officer of the law. That all depends on you. I don't want to use it if I don't have to. What is it you want? The curse stones are dangerous. I'd like to confiscate yours. Excuse me, but my right... First, let me ask you one thing. You haven't used that curse, have you? No, of course I haven't, I swear! Okay. Cool. It's so funny. I see. Good. Now, why don't you just hand over the stone? Unless you'd rather try using it on me instead.
I don't really think this guy can overpower either of these guys.
Damn you! I won't give it to you! If I were to say that, what would happen? Would it be a crime? The police are aware of how dangerous the stones are. I could arrest you under Article 1, Section 2 of the Minor Offenses Act. Or you could hand it over and all you lose is your secret ability. Think what would happen to all your research if you were arrested. Fine. You can have the stone here.
Cool. Nice and easy. Kills by disembowelment one who finds themselves trapped in the darkness of the curse echo. When Honjo was filled with samurai residences, the spies of the shogunate lived amongst the townspeople to keep an eye on things. The soba cart on southwest Warigesui Street served as one of their outposts. They would communicate to each other in code by turning the lantern on or off. Tonight at 4 a.m. meant that someone would be having the last soba of their life, and that their belly would be sliced open the next night. An unfortunate incident occurred in which a man attacked a woman in a bout of fury. He regretted it deeply, even declining to invoke the right to defend his honor, but the deed was done. Still, he could not accept it. His rage at having been used by his daimyo boiled over, turning him to a grudge he would never forget. Nearby, he saw a lantern quietly glowing in the night. When the 6th bell rang, the man cut his own stomach open. Since then, the lantern could be seen alight before the soba cart had been opened. It would flicker out suddenly, even when there was no wind blowing. As this unsettling phenomenon continued, the rumors surrounding it grew, and soon all were convinced that it was the man who cut open his stomach visiting from beyond. Interesting. So, wait. Hang on. He attacked a woman in a bout of fury. He regretted it. He declined to invoke the right to defend his honor. He couldn't accept it. His rage at having been used by his daimyo boiled over. What? Huh. Feels like there's something missing here. But no, but where does the daimyo come in on this incident? Am I misreading something? I guess so. Oh, wait. Oh, the but the deed was done is referring to like the daimyo defended his honor for him or something. Like okay. All right, I get it. Never mind.
Good choice. I look forward to seeing how your research pans out. Alright. Would you tell us everything you know about what's been going on? If you help us out, we'll give you all the information we gotten after we solve the case. What do you say? In that case, will you tell me all about the resentful memories of the Seven Mysteries? I believe they are the key to the secret hidden in the Record of Fates. Sure, why not? I'll learn about them as I collect the curse stones. But thanks to you, we learned a lot from him. I wonder. The mysteries and Bright are all public information. He kept everything he knows about the other curse bearers and the source of the curse here hidden. I was hoping he'd at least give us a clue about how to beat these curses. I see. And we should be more aggressive. Then we should be more aggressive next time. Really make him spit it out. And by we, I mean you. I'm guessing he wants to save this curse. He wouldn't have told us anything, no matter what we asked. But now we know where he hangs out. We can always send someone for him if need be. Right, got it. I was surprised to hear that there were actually 9 of the 7 mysteries, though. Yeah, it's 2 extra curse bearers we had to find. They confiscated 2, so there are 6 more. And they could be anywhere in this town. We have to find them fast, or they may start using the curses. No, I think we're already too late. Huh? I didn't tell you this, but there were some soul dregs in Namigaki's curse stone. Really? Then he already killed someone with it? It's not much, so it probably wasn't a curse bearer. Shit. Well, we know who did it. We can make arrangements to take him into custody. We'll have Paranormal Affairs pick him up tomorrow. For now, we continue our search. Right, on to the next place. We just have to cross them off the list one by one. Oh, but boss? Good to know we can use the Minor Offenses Act to arrest people with curse stones. But why didn't we do that with Namigaki? If we could do that, there'd be no need for Paranormal Affairs. What grounds would a normal detective have to put him under arrest? Right, yeah, I suppose it's true. I see. Okay, I can't continue from here yet. Isn't this... Wouldn't this be where Shogo would have run into them? I guess we really are on the timeline where Shogo does nothing.
I assume Araishi just kind of like told them about it while the screen cut to black. This feels like a good stopping point for tonight, since we essentially did the chunks that we were first allowed to do in all 3 stories. We should jump back into Yakko next time. I'll probably play more of this on Tuesday. Yeah, it's been a nice stream. This game's really cool. Let me see if I can find somebody to send you all towards. Yeah, the game is great. Let's see. Hang on one sec. Let me check this. No, never mind. Looks like they're closing up the stream. Let's see. Who shall I send you all towards? You know what? I'll just send you all the code. You go say hi to her. Be nice. I'll see y'all later. I'll be back again on Tuesday with more of this, and Thursday with Brave Fencer Musashi.
Bye!
Thanks for hanging out. See y'all later. Bye, everybody. Bye.